think we good this time, Alex. So how does audio sound? Damn, it like it seems good. It seems like it's slow on my end. Real quick. It's not delayed. Yeah, it's having a little bit of audio issues on my end. Hold on. I think because I hadn't used this software in a while, it's got to adjust. Y'all just give me just a sec. Can't hear the game's audio. Okay, hold on. Let me see how it sounds on my phone. Yeah, okay. It seems like everything's straight when I look on my phone. I guess when I'm on my computer, I'm hearing like all kind of choppy stuff. It sounds ridiculous. It is slightly delayed though. Man, yeah, man. I mean, shit. Kind of just been laying low, man, for the most part. Like these last when did I go live, man? First of all, like yeah, like the last time I had went live, I was randomly on the emulator one day just letting it upload and I mean letting it like download and stuff and update, not upload but update. I was randomly letting it update one day and then it ended up deleting my whole file that I had did for Resident Evil 4. So everything y'all saw me do from November all the way into January, it deleted it, and that shit had pissed me off. So I was like, dang, like I really don't want to have to redo all this stuff. Yeah, man, definitely. Yeah, this channel literally is 16 years old now, man. It's 16 years old on the 24th of this month. It'll be 16 years old. But yeah, man, I had ended up damn losing my file, and like I said, man, I was gonna try to do like some other streams, but that shit just kind of had made me just get out of the mood. And then recently too, man, I just been kind of just thinking like how I really want to kind of revamp what I do, content wise, because as I explained to y'all, eventually we are gonna do the the reaction stuff, and then even like the movie reviews. Like for the one movie I was telling y'all about with the the roommate girl who had ended up getting with the Chinese spy guy. Like we're gonna watch that. What I want to see though is cause see I don't have my old setup that I had when I was over in my place in Decatur. I think I still have those cords, but I have to see because I have my PS2, so I probably use my DVD player on that for that because I don't know if for some reason I can't get my disc to read on this laptop. Like my VLC player just would not work. You said I could rip it. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try to rip it and see how that works. If you rip it, it don't it don't have like the issues like with coding and stuff. You know, because sometimes when you try stuff like that, it'll automatically have that code that you know the what is it, the FCC code. But yeah, that's probably a better idea. I think I should rip it. In fact, like I said, I got about at least 7 movies I know for sure that you can't find these on the internet. Like you literally have to have the physical copies of them. And I want y'all to see them with me. Like we kind of do like a little, you know, live review, you know, slash like reaction commentary to it. Cause I don't know why, like I just feel like lately I've been wanting to kind of do that lately, like commentary stuff. I don't know if y'all seen it, but just gaming related wise, that on Angry Video Game Nerds channel, I saw that they posted like a 20th anniversary thing for his channel. So it's crazy how this month is the 20th anniversary for his channel when he uploaded the what was it, the Castlevania 2 review, and then this month it's been 16 years since I uploaded Quarterback Club. So you know, like man, like you know, like this channel really has been going on for a long time, and like I said to y'all before, you know, every couple of years it's no different than you know any type of major network. Like I just want to kind of, you know, keep the content relevant, you know what I'm saying? And even though I'm still gonna do gaming stuff, but you know, like I've told y'all in the past, I've always wanted to do stuff outside, you know, just strictly gaming content. So y'all are gonna be able to see that, and I think the reaction videos would just be a good way to start. I mean, you know, Dane and Alex, y'all already know. So you said you've been editing. What type of videos? You know, it's interesting you was talking about editing, cause yesterday, what was that came to mind and made me realize that I don't know what it was, but it was something that, yeah, that's what it was. I had paid for my special effects software thing, my website that I got. I got to pay $40 a year for it, and they randomly pull that money out of my account. So I'm just sitting here minding my own business, and I see $39 taken from production crate. I'm like, what the hell? I always have to remember in April, again, the same month that I started on this, that's when I have to pay it every year. And then it made me just realize, like, I've been paying that shit for what, almost 10 years now, like since when I got that website. And like literally I've been editing for videos for 10 years, so it's crazy. Oh, for voice acting, that's what's up. So you just doing like audio clearing and stuff, like clearing the audio and dubbing it pretty much. Oh, that's what's up. What type of content does he make? Never know, you know. I always didn't mind editing for other people, but I think I'm at the point now where I just would rather do it for myself because it's a lot of work doing that, man. And it is like something that you have to not mind sitting at a computer doing all day. But and then some people could be real picky with editing too. So with the multi-cam setup, that's what's up. What does he like? What does he do? His content, like, what is his content like based on though on the channel? You know, it's like you go to everybody's channel, it's centered around something. Oh, he does Sega and Capcom stuff. Oh, okay. Genesis library. That's what's up. Yeah, man. It's like I'm starting to realize as time is going on, you see less and less like Genesis and like Nintendo content from back then. Like people really like unless people really just are being historians. Like if they're not just making like regular gaming videos, like you rarely see people talking about like Sega and Nintendo games like that because it's like that class of people they much older now. I mean that generation of YouTubers they were like the pioneers on here. Like it was like normal to talk about a Genesis game back then, but now it's like most of these people never even heard of a Genesis. Oh, that's dedication. You know how many of the games that were on that catalog from that whole period? I may have seen this channel before because it sounds familiar. Right? Now, does he usually just like kind of like do like a brief review on it for like 1 to 3 minutes? Over 650 games. How many NES games were there? Let me look that up. I think it may have been more. I'm gonna look that up. How many NES games were there? Because I think the NES may have had the most games. I could be wrong. Oh, so yeah, this he must be a millennial. Yeah, that's pretty dedicated. That's pretty dedicated right there. Right, every letter will be in one single. Oh, okay, okay. How many NES games were made? They had over 1,300 because the NES had unreleased titles and unlicensed. Yeah, he's from the '80s, so yeah, he's a Gen Alpha or a Zennial or a millennial, early millennial. Usually, most people that grew up playing like um, Castlevania, like your AVGNs, that those guys, like I always think of them as like the early YouTubers, like those class of guys. Like, hold on, let me minimize this real quick. I didn't realize that was so big. But usually those class of gamers, like those guys from like that time played like NES and shit like that. Like yeah, like a lot of those guys were much older, so that's gonna be the shit they talk about. Let me get this right. I'm just trying to get the screen right. It's like it seems like when I look at it, what I need to stop doing when I'm live streaming is stop looking at the laptop because I swear like when I look and hear everything that's on the laptop, like everything just seemed like screwed up. So I need to stop looking at the laptop and look directly at my phone because I swear when I look at the phone, everything look A1, but when I look at the laptop, I'm like, damn, I can't believe I've been going live this whole time and y'all ain't saying nothing. Y'all just letting me screw up like this. Shit. But yeah, the PS2 it had a lot of games. The catalog went from what the year 2000 to what 2000. They stopped making PS2 games like around '06 or something like that. That's good, man. Will he give you the rights to use some of the content on your channel? I mean, if you edited it, you know what I mean. Like that is technically produced by your production company. Just never know how people can get. I think my internet is fucking up. Oh yeah, feel you on that, man. Yeah, right now, as far as what I'm doing, I mean, I still got some little reviews and stuff at hand, but I think I'm gonna be switching my stuff up, and we just gonna be continuing to go live, and like I said, just again, it just had me think about all the times when we were talking about certain things in other live streams. I think like some of this stuff could be like its own live itself, instead of me just playing the game, and the game being added to it, just kind of adds more entertainment value. But for the most part, I mean, I think like the lives themselves, and we be in here talking about certain stories, this shit just be hilarious. Because it's always something crazy going on out here. But who knows, like how you want to share that? Man, I haven't played this game in so long. Let's see how I do with it. Let me see if the audio is cool now on this part. Yeah, I feel you on that, Alex, man. I mean, you can control that. I feel like at this point, man, whatever I have control of, it ain't gonna make me feel like it's taking too much of my time up. That's what I'm gonna do. Because as I told y'all before, I mean, I'm not burnt out from the reviewing thing, but let's be real. Like we in 2026, like motherfuckers not watching game reviews like they were doing back in like 2011, 2010. When it was hot. You know what I mean? So like you kind of got to keep up with what the times are right now, and it made me even think about AVGN's channel, because if you look at a lot of his videos he does, the reviews, it does like it feels like it feels, honestly, bro, it feels like you watching like a current episode of The Simpsons or Family Guy or something like that. Like you just like remember how good it used to be in the times when it was good, and that make you kind of want to watch it and have that certain nostalgia for it. But it's like, but you feel like also too, man, we in a whole new time. Things have changed. Like the games you talking about, like again, these motherfuckers on the internet now, they weren't even like a mustard seed, let alone a sperm cell, let alone a mustard seed, let alone a human being, let alone a conscious being that actually knows the internet exists, and that it was a Sega Genesis at one point in time on this earth. And that's all that motherfuckers was talking about was Genesis games. Like it's like that time unfortunately has kind of come and gone, and I'm gonna be honest, that's kind of why I stopped talking about the older games, and it kind of even had me thinking too, man. Just the way things are now, I might want to just probably start playing more modern games. Because don't get me wrong, I love these older games, but it's like a lot of these people that's on the internet now, they weren't even born when these games was out. Like so it's cool to play, but you kind of also want to do something that's relatable to certain people. And don't get me wrong, if I knew I were to play these newer games, I would be probably like super good at them, because I'd be using my consciousness from like the old crappy games. So You know, they'll probably be boring to me, but I'll be able to probably whoop all these little younger people's asses and all this stuff now if they not cheating. I just feel like the formats I've seen. I'm gonna be honest to you, Alex. It kind of that's why like again this is kind of should be labeling this the 16th anniversary of SNS. You know, ironically, when this channel when I made my first video of the quarterback club review, I think I told y'all this, but that was remember I told y'all that story about that guy Larry that I was cool with when we were really young that died. He literally died on that same day, on the 24th of April. And it's just crazy that I uploaded my video 5 years later. And what's even more ironic is that I ended up getting fired from my first job a week after I uploaded that video. That Saturday, I think I told y'all that was the only Saturday I remember I had off, and because I had did some stuff and my hours got cut short. And I said, man, you know what? Fuck this shit. I'm about to work on my YouTube channel because I was already contemplating doing the review. I had the script written, but I was so nervous about like trying to record it and stuff because I was thinking in my head like I'm about to literally be live, what I'm saying, in front of like thousands of people that I don't know, what I'm saying, and I'm trying to present an idea that really is foreign, you know what I mean, like it wasn't really like too many younger people at that time, let alone younger black people on the internet that were reviewing games. Like most of them were like these, stereotypical, you know, um, uh, you know, hard metal, dark, um, anime, like looking geeky white guys. Like it was mostly them, that were just coming on the internet. Hi, my name is Gamer 7755, and yeah, we're gonna do a review today of Sonic 3. And yeah, man, this game is like super awesome. Like they were just coming with the same stereotypical script. And I remember, like I said, I was watching these reviews. Like I'm gonna be honest, like when I first found out about the internet, like and the fact that there were older video games that I grew up playing, and people were talking about this stuff on the internet, I first realized this that same year that I started making reviews. Believe it or not, that's when I found out about urinating tree. But as soon as I saw it, it was like, oh wow, these are the same ideas I had, when I was a kid. So it's like, look, I immediately caught on to what people were doing. So I'm like, oh, I'm seeing this, and again, I'm watching different people that were doing it, but it just wasn't really entertaining me like that. Like I'm watching the videos, it's like it ain't really got no real pizzazz to it. A lot of these guys don't really have no real character about them. They clearly, just emulated, the stuff that AVGN had did. And I don't know, like a lot of that shit when I was watching it in the beginning, it wasn't really holding my attention. And I was more absorbed into my own content at that time because I ain't gonna lie, I was so narcissistic in what I was doing. I just thought honestly my reviews were better than everybody else's back then. I'm not even gonna sit here and bullshit. I just thought my shit was better because, like I said, I was actually appearing on camera. A lot of people weren't appearing on camera. I actually was entertaining, like the scripts were actually comedic, you know what I mean? Like I actually even did a little bit of acting, I even did costumes. Y'all done see me do all that shit. And I did that again with a $0, but a damn, what I'm saying, a Bisquick, potatoes, and carrots budget that, I was living off of in Statesboro, you know what I'm saying? Fucking, driving the Sentra around, that motherfucker looked like a little Types car that, that you had when you were 3 years old. I literally was living off of that budget, and like I said, still pushing out reviews. I was more I look back on it, like damn, like I spent my whole 20s doing that. I was super, motivated to put this content out because again, like this idea of like somebody sitting in front of a camera playing the game and and making it like a TV show, that still was like foreign to me. I'm like I couldn't believe that that AVGN had did it. Even when I was making my stuff, it's like I'm still thinking like, man, this idea is pretty cool. You know what I'm saying? And then when I started noticing he's making DVDs and this guy's making a living off of this shit, that's when I said, oh no, I gotta start taking this shit for real. And that's really why I started making more content, because I really thought like shit, my shit could become famous like his. Because in my head, I really thought like my shit is better than his. Now, I ain't gonna say AVGN shit, but a lot of the people that on, because I ain't gonna lie, his shit was way better than mine. But see, the reason being is because he had help. You know what I'm saying? He had somebody that was side by side helping him write the scripts, helping him do cosplay, helping him, when they reviewing it and they going over stuff when they before they recorded it. When he recorded, you got somebody sitting in the black room with you, helping you edit and stuff, like, that's very helpful to have that. I was doing all this shit single handedly. Straight shotgun microphone. Put Sony Handycam, like getting it in. For years. Yeah, boy, everyday struggle. He know. He definitely know. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie now. Of course, today in 2026, like, your black gamers, that's normal now. You know what I mean? And what's even interesting, y'all? I remember I was watching that guy, Adam 22, and and y'all should probably see the interview he did where he had interviewed that guy Lil Kelpie, and I remember it was him, that dude Sharp, who's supposed to be like this, gorilla pimp type dude. And then I remember it was that guy Almighty Suspect who was in the interview, and Almighty Suspect, I think, ended up swinging on Lil Kelpie. I think all that shit be scripted. They just be doing that stuff to try to get views and stuff. But I remember he interviewed that guy Almighty Suspect on his own single handedly, and ironically, I remember that guy was saying that he wanted to get into, like, PS2 gaming and stuff. So he may be somewhat around my age. And I remember the guy was saying that he wanted to get into, like, PS2 gaming and do pretty much what y'all seen I have done. So, bro, like, it's like I said in the past, y'all, like, and this is another topic that I'm gonna discuss, like, probably in either this live stream or another one. But y'all, it's so many motherfuckers who's influenced by stuff that, like, smaller channels like us have done. I mean, Alex, you know what I'm saying? That's why you collaborating and doing stuff now. It's so many people that ripped off of my channel, like, saying cadences I've done, stuff like games I reviewed, like, and who knows, man, these people done probably got their shit monetized by this point, and then left my shit in the dust. But like I said, it's a lot of that going on YouTube over the years, man, where people that have these larger monetized channels, they stealing from like channels like mine that's been on this bitch for 16 years. You know what I'm saying? I ain't made a dime off of this shit. You know what I mean? And I done put out God knows how many reviews. And, and I'm not going to lie, it's not as encouraging, to be doing this shit in your 30s, when, what I'm saying, you done had to go out and work and make physical money, and you've been putting out all this good content all the years, and you ain't really getting nothing for it. That's not really encouraging to anybody to do that, and to want to continue just putting stuff out, like, I mean, naturally, that's just not how I work. I'm a businessman, naturally. It's like, it don't matter if I'm getting something from a person that I'm, that's doing something for me. It don't matter if it's a female that I'm dealing with. Everything I feel like just has to be reciprocated in life. You know what I mean? The way I look at it is just like this, man. If a goddamn if a goddamn bird knows that it can't sit on a crocodile's back unless he's putting in that work picking bugs off of his back and making sure that crocodile's comfortable laying there, if a bird knows that, then why would I allow myself to be just pumping out all this stuff and and whoring myself out for views and whoring myself out for content or whatever, in hopes that I potentially could one day get some money off this stuff, and then it don't ever come. Like, it's like, the logic of that just don't make sense. So that's kind of what, I'm not going to say, like, just made me say, all right, well, screw it, I'm just not going to make videos. But it kind of made me feel like, I'm not going to be as encouraged, to keep doing this if, like, what I'm saying, shit, like I said, I didn't, like, hold on, let me catch up with y'all before I get too far into my own head. Honestly, bro, it's like, I don't even try to include myself in this. It's like, Alex, you in it, Dane, it's like, you in it too, man. Like, we all, like, have done stuff out here where, again, we don't get the credit for, what we've done, essentially. And, like, with this internet stuff, yeah, man, it's like, this is really like the main battlefield where you see that you could get, like, you basically just get discredited, and that's pretty much what it is. Like, That's why I always have pumped out like other stuff. That's why I told y'all, like, when I started this, I switched from doing the gaming stuff to more of the selling to your independence videos. And yeah, it was only getting like 30 views and stuff like that, but it just used to kill me, like when I would put out a selling to your independence video. I'm showing people like, this is how I got a contract where this shit literally has been paying me $500 a month. And like I said, I've been getting it, I done had this contract for 4 years, and I'm showing y'all what I did. I mean, of course, Alice, but I'm just thinking, like, in general, it's just crazy on YouTube how I'm literally showing motherfuckers this is how you could literally start a business, and this shit got 30 views, but me talking about Bad Boys Miami takedown and cursing at the game, and you know what I'm saying, and saying horrendous sex jokes and all that stuff, that gets 30,000 views. Like, you got to really think about how that shit gets like perpetuated. And it's almost like also with the negative stuff you see on YouTube, like the videos you see again where they talk about the Pooh Shiesty and Gucci Man. That's, I mean, it's, when I thought about it, I'm like, it's literally channels that have gotten created just strictly talking about that Pooh Shiesty and Gucci Man shit. And these motherfuckers have gotten monetized, and I've been on this bitch for 16 years and ain't got a dime off of this shit. So it's like, what, am I doing something wrong at this point, or like what's going on here? It just kind of makes you question that. So, like, it's just funny. This is the 16th anniversary of this channel, but you know what I'm saying, it's more like I got more to celebrate the mere fact that I created more of a cult phenomenon out of this. And yeah, it ain't made no money and shit like that, but it's a lot of channels that have been influenced by Scorpio&Sebek, whether they've given me credit or not. In the gaming industry, you know what I'm saying, in business, and even with, I'm seeing these channels where these guys are going out here talking about, they just like on this journey of trying to like start their own thing and all that, their own business, and and they just trying to escape the rat race. Like, it's like all that shit. It's like, man, not the mere fact like just because I was born first or whatever I started it, but it's like, man, I didn't had my rate of all this content over the years, and it's just crazy, like I said, how this channel has had mostly its success off of the game and stuff, which is cool. But it's like I also had this other stuff I've been punching out, and this is stuff that's actually benefiting people's lives, and this shit only get like 30 views, 20 views. It's like, this is funny to me. But y'all could go on this channel and look again. I remember it was in 2011. I had a video. It said, "What's when the world is going on YouTube?" Questioning this same stuff. I remember. So, but it is what it is. Right, right, right. Yeah, at least you got somebody that's there to help. That sure as hell makes a difference. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie too, man. I just think that back then, I was moving so fast with this stuff. I don't think that it could have been anybody that would have known what to do to help me, because, like I said, all this stuff was new. Like the idea of YouTube, the idea that, like, you could get paid from this shit, like I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like when I first had started, like, how people got paid, I thought that AVGN and them were getting paid from merchandise sales and like DVD sales and stuff. I didn't know he was getting paid from ad sales, from just strictly people clicking on the videos. Like, I didn't really know this until like 2012, 13. This was like 3 years after my channel had been out. I think that he didn't, from according to his video, he said that they didn't monetize that channel until 2012. So you got to think, for 6 years, no, yeah, for 6 years, bro didn't even have his channel monetized. They were hustling basically DVDs, and that's pretty much what they were living off of. And I think they were with game trailers and other channels that probably paid them little advertisement dollars. But I would assume majority of they revenue had to have come from merchandise sales, DVD sales. Like, they had to be hustling that stuff out the trunk. Right, they label his channel for kids. Right, right, right. And see, that's another thing. You got to learn how to not be as arrogant. You do have to know how to ask for help, Alex. You do have to put your pride to the side. Because I'm gonna be honest to you, man. Um, when I first started this stuff, I wish I had somebody that could have shown me how to actually, what were the proper camera techniques, what type of camera to buy, how to set up proper lighting. I mean, I'm having that problem now. You know what I mean? Like how to the editing thing, man, that was the number one thing that I really wish that somebody could have sat down and shown me or at least worked with me with. And you know what's crazy? I was in college at the time, and but nobody at that time was really doing YouTube, bro. Like it was so new. Like how everybody's just doing it now, and it's like it's just prevalent. It was not nobody was really doing YouTube at that time. I guarantee when I was at Georgia Southern, it was only probably like a handful of people on that whole campus that had a YouTube channel and that actually were making content. They damn sure wasn't doing what I was doing. Like they damn sure weren't doing that. Yeah, you right. Yeah, like back then they had yeah, they were doing that, like labeling people's channel for kids, cause see they that's when people were uploading a lot of like um this just more like adult content and stuff that weren't it wasn't supposed to be on YouTube. And you know they obviously had to come up with restrictions. I mean, I can't blame them. Yeah. But what was I saying? Like asking for help. Yeah, like I wish I had somebody show me that, because my reviews would have been better back then. I think they would have been better also too if I had just had a better computer. And it's funny because I used to even joke about that, like, and I didn't know again about like how to develop a PC, and I didn't know like how the processing mattered, and the render mattered, and how it affected your rendering, and what type of graphics card you had to have. Like these were things that I didn't really take in heed of, and it did end up screwing me over. But I mean, y'all gotta admit, for some of the content that I did put out over the years, I mean, I wish I could show y'all the computer I was editing with, man. We talking slow as balls. Like, we talking like damn near 2 minutes. Just what I'm saying. Just when you click on the web browser, just for the web browser to pull up, and you on the main screen, we talking like damn near 2 minutes to do this. And we in the year 2013 and 2012, when what I'm saying, like that shit's supposed to be like lightning fast. It's funny that we in this month of April, because I remember when I was in a Scorpion King this month, if I remember. And I was telling myself, man, this gonna be one of the last fucking games that I'm gonna review on this goddamn computer and edit, because that shit was a pain in the ass. And then I did Scarface, and Scarface was the last one I did, because Scarface was a long review. And I said, yeah, this gonna be the last review I'm gonna do editing on this damn computer. They did probably start. Yeah, they started paying ad revenue in 2012. You're right. Yeah, I'm just to the point now, man. I don't know, like And then I will admit too, like over the years, I kind of spared a lot of people that were taking stuff from my channel, and other channels that I know that where people went through the same thing I did. I kind of spared a lot of those channels over the years, but I feel like now I'm about to just start roasting these folks, pulling up certain reviews, that I know that and giving my commentary on them. Like I'm about to just start going in like that. And in fact, I'm sick of matter of fact, I'm about to be the person where y'all I get to finally be the judge of some shit. You know what I'm saying? Alex, like, and Dane, like, all these years, it's like I'm putting out all these reviews, and like I said, when I put out Quarterback Club, I was nervous as fuck. I may seem like somewhat of a socialite now, and I can talk and hold down a live stream by myself or whatever for 6 hours and shit. I may seem like I could do that now, and I probably could have done it then, but I'm not gonna lie. When I put out Quarterback Club, I was nervous as fuck. Y'all remember how fast I was talking in that review? That's probably what I'm gonna do too in this live stream. I'm gonna we gonna go back to some of my reviews and I'm gonna look at those shits and give my commentary on them. Matter of fact, yeah, we should do that, especially when the early ones, man. Cause damn, man, if it's funny, Alice, I still got that old ass computer because it just reminds me of what I had used when I first started. I haven't turned that thing on in almost 11 years, but I still got it though. Still got it. Hell yeah. And that, man, like I said, when I first started, I was fucking recording on the Sony Handycam. If you ever, I'm not sure if you've ever seen them, but if you ever look them up, they came with these little small little mini DVD or DVD or DVD or discs. I remember that's what they used, and I had to get the rewritable ones because them shits were expensive. Getting them R discs, they were like motherfucking $11 a pack, and I just kept going through them because every time I recorded it did something, that was it, and I couldn't clear what I recorded and then re-record over it. Like, I just had to basically have all them discs, and I still got those discs even now. I don't know how I could play them. I would have to get some type of like camera where I could see it or whatever. But I still got those early raw recordings of when I did all that stuff. But I remember yeah, doing it with that shit. Like I said, playing around with that, and I went from that. I had bought an old school professional camera. It was like it was pretty much like the cameras they use in like church recordings and stuff. That's what I filmed Mr. Clean and the Mummy review and all that stuff with. Yeah, I went through hell doing all that shit, man. But yeah, that's what I was saying though. Like, yeah, let me be the one to give my commentary. But yeah, when I first started, I was nervous because, like I said, I'm like, shit, this stuff is gonna be on the internet. It's gonna be on the internet forever. So I was thinking like, it's got to be good if I'm gonna put this out. Like, I don't want to put out something that's trash and that somebody. Because like I said, I was already looking at other people's reviews and I thought that I'm like, it was informative, but I didn't have not one chuckle. You know what I mean? I didn't even like have one sneeze looking at some of these videos, and I'm thinking like, if I were to do this shit, I would do it like ABC. I would, show myself on the camera, like, have, go from the part where I'm on the camera and then switch back to where the game is playing. And like, I just had a whole different style of how I wanted to do this thing. I wasn't sure at that time if it was going to work, but I did it, man. And like I said, fortunately it was able to, to go into more and more videos. But I never forget when I put out the first video. And I remember I asked that boy Jimmy, I said, how did you, what did you think about it? And he was like, it was pretty decent, but I could tell that this was definitely your first video because, boy, I was talking so goddamn fast, I remember. It was like I was trying to hurry up and get the review. I was trying to hurry up and say what I had to say and read the script so that I could get it out there. Like I wasn't really taking my time. Like I was the kind of person when I was a kid, I used to rush it damn near everything I would do. You know what I'm saying? Like whenever I was asked to do my homework, done. You know what I'm saying? Only thing I wouldn't rush to do would be eating and playing video games and going to sleep. But damn near everything else, if it was somebody that had to do with some work, I would always be trying to do it and kind of rush through it. It took me years to realize, like, when you doing stuff you don't want to do, you got to take your time with it. And that kind of came along with the videos. I mean, not to say I didn't want to do them, but I just wanted to see them out. So, you know, that's why I was putting so many of them out back to back to back. But when I really look back on it, I'm going to be honest, like, I should have taken my time with it. But even though I was trying to put out the videos, because these were just the ideas I was just trying to put out, but had I kind of taken my time, I think the reviews would have been a lot better. But I'm glad that I also put the reviews out as soon as I did, because yeah, when do I, that was in April. Yeah, like honestly, yeah, by the time October of that year rolled around, that was when the little incident happened with the door. I mean, with the door. So, you know, by then, you know what I'm saying, we were getting ready to move out that house. So the more I think about it, when I look on those videos, I'm like, had I not been as encouraged to make those videos back then, I wouldn't really have any recordings of me doing anything in that house at that time. And that was what, 2 years? 2009. Y'all didn't see in '09 because I didn't have a camera at that time. Y'all saw 2010 to 2011. Yeah, y'all saw damn near every month in that house when I was there. Yeah, why is he holding his knee? I mean, damn, my nigga, did you even stretch before the game? Yeah. You know what's funny, Alex? When that part had came, I wasn't even expecting that shit to happen. I mean that line was in the script. You know, like damn, man, I mean, damn, bro, did you stretch before the game? Because I remember, hold on real quick. That part when I said, well, damn, is he stretched before the game. It was crazy. I already had, bro. That line alone is what created that review. I would literally only made that review just to say that line because I remember I like, bro, I didn't even grow up playing quarterback club. Like I may have played it like once or twice when I was a kid, but I didn't really have any childhood memories from it. Man, most of my memories from that shit was I remember when I was a junior in high school, and like I said, that's when I got back into retro gaming really hard. This was right before I found out about like YouTube gaming and stuff. And I had gotten really, really deep into retro gaming because they had opened up that place Gainsboro. I mean, obviously, Everyday Struggle knows about it, but they had opened up a place called Gainsboro where they had like basically sold retro video games, comics, and just all type of like memorabilia like that from like the 80s and 90s. And I remember I had went in there when they had first opened. Me and what did I call him? Williams. Y'all, I know y'all remember Williams from when the door got kicked in. Y'all remember that story when of course with Juice and they sir, calm down, we're gonna shoot your dog, we're gonna shoot, like y'all of course remember that story. That was all because of Williams, and I've been knowing Williams since I was about 12 years old. You know what I'm saying? I've been knowing him, and y'all. What's even crazier is that his brother, the one that was the one that had told us, when the door got kicked in, he always was the opposite of Williams. It's like you wouldn't even, if you were to see them two, you wouldn't even think they were brothers. Like Williams was this, fat, light skinned, what I'm saying, looking like a golden iced honey bun. Like that's Williams right there. Williams was this fat, like light skinned golden honey bun. And his brother, I ain't gonna say his name, but he's like the total opposite. Got tattoos and kind of got like a real hard, hard like grimy Atlanta look. Like if y'all see like that YN look, in the Atlanta, dreadlocks and all that. Like he kind of always had that look, even when he was young. And you just never would think they were brothers. But his mom had, obviously was dealing with, his younger brother's dad, like in another part of his life. And it's crazy because William's dad is like really docile, and I never met his younger brother's dad. He had died, but yeah, his younger brother was totally different. But yeah, just interesting how the dynamic of those two were. But I remember me and Williams had went to that Gainsboro, and I remember that was when they first opened. And I remember when I went in there, I had bought Perfect Dark, I bought Quarterback Club, and I bought I want to say Diddy Kong Racing. And I remember he had told me about Quarterback Club because I'm like, yeah, I remember kind of seeing it a little bit. He was like, bro, shit, we might as well go ahead and get that. He's like, I know you ain't talking about playing me in that. Because like I said, Williams is older than me. So, what I mean? When he was playing like, like Super Nintendo, N64, like he was better at me in them games because he was older at the time. You know what I'm saying? So, like Williams was already good at that shit. So I'm thinking like, nah, he ain't fucking with me because I was about maybe 16. Yeah, I was 16 at this time. I was like, yeah, like, nah, he ain't gonna be messing with me in this. And then I remember we got that Quarterback Club, and me and him, I remember we used to just go at it in that game. I remember, man, me and him would be betting, Cause I remember that's when I was working at McDonald's at the time before I bought my car. And then, like I said, the only reason I was able to buy that car, cause literally, dog, I had minimum wage at the time in Georgia was $5.85. So I literally stacked up every check. I mean, my mom was paying the bills and rent. She pretty much fed us and gave me a ride to work. So I didn't really have to spend my money on anything. I didn't have a weed habit at that time. I didn't have a tricking habit. So a lot of my money, pretty much I saved. Like that money, was put to the side, and I just bought my car, and that was it. So I was good. But I remember the only time I spent a little bit of that money was when I bought those games, and I'm glad I did that because I didn't know that 2 years later those same games were gonna be the ones that I was gonna use to make these reviews. But like I said, Williams was the one that got me into the quarterback club. I didn't really know about it, but I just remember me and him used to play that shit, and every time I used to play it, I would run the same play. I remember it would be that special Z formation 9 play. I would always run that same goddamn play, and it would work. And I remember he would get the Packers, and then I would get the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And every time we would play that shit, like I mean, like I said, me and him be deep in the game. You know what I'm saying? It's fourth quarter. You know what I mean? Like fucking fourth and down. You know what I'm saying? In the end zone and shit. Like get score tied, or he'll probably I'll be up. That's how it used to be. I would be up. I remember. I would be up on this motherfucker, and then all of a sudden he would come back and score, and then he would win like at the last minute because he just knew Williams was really good at football games. Like I said, him and our other homeboy, what do I want to call him? We'll call him Napoleon, cause he was short. But Williams and Napoleon, yeah, like they were really good at football games. And I remember, like, man, them dudes would be in there betting and stuff all day. Like, and I remember they used to play that NCAA 2008 and 09 at the time, and he just was real good at games. It didn't matter if it was a game from 1993, you know what I'm saying? If he was playing fucking Tecmo Bowl, it didn't matter if he was playing quarterback club. It didn't matter if he was playing like the latest Madden. Like, bro was good at all the football games. I remember and all. I just will never forget, man. We used to have some good times. Like, even though the little stuff happened with that door or whatnot. I mean, with me being looking back on it now as an older adult in the situation, like, I understand what the man was going through. I mean, being down there in a little small town, try to, make a little money to try to keep your lifestyle up. But, he just obviously didn't know it was going to lead to that. But, I do remember the good times that we did have in that house. Because mind y'all, I mean, I'm in there. I'm 17 years old. I mean, I was fresh out of high school, and I had literally had a whole house. You know what I'm saying? Like my mom, when we first moved down there in 2006, when we left Riverdale, of course she had the lease in her name, and then it's no different than stuff I've done before, and then just left it to my brother, and then when I got out of high school, I moved down there, and then like I said, my name was on the lease since I was 18. I was able to put my name on there. I think I had my name on there when I was 17. It was technically illegal, but yeah, I remember, me and Williams, we had some good times. I remember playing that game, and that was how I found out about Quarterback Club, just for a little back history, and that's why I ended up being my first review, because me and Williams used to always play that. Like I said, we would be betting like $10 and shit like that on the games, and I just remember when we would play, he would always end up scoring at the last minute, and then I would lose, and that shit used to piss me off. And then I remember when we would play the game, we would always be like, like I said, all our best players, when at the end of the game, would be on the sideline injured because they would get injured from running. And I'm like, how the fuck does this man get injured? Like, I would be, like I said, in the deep trenches of the game, 3rd and damn 11 and shit. I done threw, like I said, a damn 40-yard pass. The boy Rob Thomas, I remember he that dude, number 84, Rob Thomas, was immaculate on that game. He never used to drop any passes. And I remember I'll throw a damn 30-yard pass to Rob Thomas. He'll catch it. He'll run. He'll damn, dodge all these people. And then all of a sudden he would just drop on the ground and then drop the ball and be injured. And I'll be like, dude, what the fuck, man? And then it will be a fumble, and then he'll get the ball. And then next thing you know, like, it'll be a turnover. And I just remember that game used to piss me off. Oh, snap. I'm on this little cot. Y'all done caught that live. Man, I just remember that shit used to piss me off, man. That shit used to piss me off in that game. And I told myself, when I had seen like the whole like AVGN concept and all that, I thought to myself like, man, you know what? That's probably gonna be the first game I'm gonna review right there. So that's why I ended up reviewing Quarterback Club. Just a little back history on that. Yep, that was why I did Quarterback Club first. That was why. Because, like I said, I had, if it had been like my real first choice, honestly, at that time, it would have been Fighting Force. It would have been Fighting Force at that time. Because, how long I've been live? Damn, I've been live just talking for an hour. Hell yeah. Y'all just gonna get the raw, unfiltered, um, just experience of all this stuff on this channel. I feel like that's what y'all deserve now. You know what I mean? It ain't no reason for me to hide anything about like what's going on in my life, and then even just stuff that's going on that's related to this channel over the years, because that's what's made it. You know what I mean? Like y'all really more so need to know about what was going on in my life during these times when these reviews were going on. That's what created the humor. You know what I'm saying? Like when y'all saw the Scorpion King, and when we were in apartment E1, you know what I'm saying? Me and Everyday Struggle, like y'all gotta understand that shit was like an episode of Family Guy every single day being around this man. I mean, his humor, it's like he gonna be in a live stream real soon. That boy he finna come back down here to Atlanta, and y'all gonna see him in the live stream real soon. So, but like I said, being around him, his humor is quick, So that allowed my scripts to be more fun, develop. The commentary just started getting more sharper. So, yeah, like it was a lot behind the scenes that, man, y'all gotta understand. Like from just the beginning when I started, I was just just again like 18 years old. This was just a fresh idea in my head. Stuff I thought that was funny. Just putting it out there, and like I said, really, I was the brains behind the whole thing. I mean, Jimmy was funny, but it's like he was funny pretty much when I had something set up. It's like it's like being a comedian. Like let me think, for instance, yeah, like Kevin Hart, for instance. Kevin Hart is funny, but if you put him, let's say, on a certain like series, like let's say like a sitcom or something like that, where it's not like it's set up where it's where he could kind of like fulfill his humor, or he could fill his role or his part, he may not seem as funny like that. Like if it's just strictly the camera being on him, and boom, you gotta just entertain. And I'll admit Jimmy was like that. Jimmy, it's like you could just put the camera on him, he can entertain. But it has to be scripted in a way where it makes sense, in the format of like an episode, And I'm not gonna lie, y'all, it just takes a certain level of intelligence to do that and all. Yeah, I was doing, the stuff, and it was always an idea, and it was always something that was fun and cool. But I when I watched the ABGN, that's when I started taking this shit serious. That's when I started realizing, okay, this man got a whole script. The way that he's hitting his punchlines, the way that it's going from like I don't know. It's just like the whole teleplay of how he did it. I just was thinking like this man taking this shit for real. And it just was serious how I saw he was doing it, how he had it scripted. Like, I don't know. That's when I realized like, I want my shit to be like his. Like he was like the model, I felt like, of what I wanted to do. Really was. I liked the way he did it. Like it wasn't just strictly, just trying to be funny. Like he was trying to make damn near like a movie. You know what I'm saying? I just thought that shit was cool. I hope this game don't lag, but I'm about to try it. Yeah, I never forget that. Why is he on his knee? I mean, damn, did you stretch for the game? Damn, my G, did you stretch for the game?
Yeah, I remember when I did that recording, man. Oh man, yeah. Like I said, going into that. Um, yeah, Alex, I think you should know a little backstory on this, because like I said, this shit is all personal, bro. Like you're not gonna get this shit anywhere else. And I feel like, before I die, and if anything were to happen to me, like y'all need to kind of know these stories. You know what I'm saying? So that this could be all part of, like, what manifests in this channel, and then eventually what's where it's going later on. Because shit, like I said, we going to the highest with this, y'all. Like we still trying to get in this motherfucker to be monetized. You know what I mean? Motherfucking, you know what I'm saying? They calling us up for 20 versus twos and shit like that, and Vlad TV calling for them, three. It may start off with a little $200 interview, but then when the shit go viral, now we going to $10,000 interviews. You know what I'm saying? And then we going on guest appearance on TV shows. Like we going in that direction. You know what I'm saying? I mean, obviously, I got the resume for it, and and y'all all coming along with me, because like I said, I've been doing this technically, I've been in the entertainment industry on YouTube for 16 years. You know what I'm saying? I'm like fucking Gary Coleman and shit. I've been doing this like my whole adult life, so it's been a lot of time I put into this. But I remember the raw story when I was doing Quarterback Club. That April 2010, I remember that was the last month I had when I was at McDonald's, because you brought up the McDonald's, Alex, and that's when it was coming to an end. I remember I didn't know it, you know what I'm saying, but it was coming to an end. And I remember that week, my manager, he had told me, like, yeah, man, because they used to have like these inspections where people, the health inspectors and people would come in, and I just remember they used to just, if you ever worked in the restaurant industry, you know how that shit be like when them inspectors come. In fact, I think I had did a skit on that. If you go to my Selling to Your Independence series, I think it was this when not to do when you sell into your independence. That skit I did when I was the guy in fast food, and the one guy who acted like he trying to get the hours, and then the other guy acting like he don't need the job. But then all of a sudden, when the main manager come around, the one guy who acted like he don't need the job, he get all serious and stuff. Like that's how I remember it used to be when I was in McDonald's. That's where I originally got that concept from. But I remember that boy. I don't want to say that man name, because, like I said, I don't know if it's gonna come back and bite me in the ass, because I'm probably going to end up roasting him. But I rock with bruh, you know what I'm saying, because he was gay, and like I said, I just remember he used to always have this like voice. I remember he used to be like, hurry up. I need that Big Mac right now. And then I just remember his voice used to just be so goddamn annoying, bro. And just like I said, he would just be, trying to like, and like I said, I was 18 years old this time. This boy was probably like 27. This man was like much older. So, my emotions, not really being all the way developed, and me not really quite understanding, like how to really engage in a professional setting. Like I was kind of like, like doing stuff, and saying stuff like thinking like, we just out in the street and stuff, and roasting him, and then, not realizing I'm jeopardizing my job doing this, because I'm making fun of him and saying stuff like that. And meanwhile, this is during an inspection, you know what I mean? And it's like bro, like you can't, and like I said, but he could get away with that, but obviously I couldn't. And I remember when he had said a joke one time, he was I think that he had called me ugly, and I was like, shit, I'm glad you think I am ugly, like, pretty much like, nigga, like I don't want your G-A-Y ass to be where I'm worried about, if I'm how I look and all that, I'm like, I'm glad you think I look like that. And I remember I think I said that when the health inspector was there. Either way, like I said, he just, because whenever he used to try me, I'm like, shit, I was going to roast his ass right back. I didn't care. You know what I mean? But I just remember, like, the younger guys in there, he would always be in there, like, picking and roasting them and stuff like that. And I just remember he would always say one little phrase where he would be like, man, if I was white, I would have already fired all y'all. Because, we were, of course, just immature, young adults in there. But I think it was one of them times when I remember he had said that to me. He had called me ugly, and I was like, shit, I'm glad you think I am ugly. And I remember he probably didn't like that. In addition to the fact that I think when they were there, they were like, making sure that we had to use the little nugget scoop and all that. Cause I remember that he used to get on my nerves with that shit. Like, bruh, he'll be the type of motherfucker like when you sitting there trying to like, mind you, it's like 20, orders that's on the screen. Like one order might have one Big Mac, no pickles, extra mac sauce, extra lettuce, two pieces, two pieces of cheese instead of one McChicken, one McDouble, no ketchup, add salt, fresh cooked meat. That's just one order. Then the next order, two McChickens, one crispy chicken sandwich, extra deluxe with one fresh crispy chicken, add lettuce, add mayonnaise, no pickle. And then the next sandwich would be two McDoubles. It's like you got out this screen where you got all this fucking shit that you got to sit here and try to, coordinate in your mind and memorize and stuff. Mind you, you doing this, it's hot. You ass to ass, elbow to elbow with other people in there. And then, like I said, you got this, Richard Simmons ass motherfucker, right here in the front, just like I said, just trying to like rush you. And then, like I said, bro would like say something to you at a moment, right, when you really didn't need him to do that. Like I said, right when you rushing and trying to do something, he'd be like, "Oh, hurry up." That's the one I remember he used to always say, and that shit used to get under my skin, because he just used to sound like a faggot. And I used to hate when he did that shit. That hurry up. Like he would always say that, and I hated that. And like I said, that shit would always trigger like why you sound like that, dude? Like I used to hate that shit, man. But I remember it was one of them times when he was doing that, and I remember we had an order again, like it's fucking, two McDoubles, no pickles, extra ketchup, fresh 10-1 meat. In addition to that, one quarter pounder cheese, extra onions, no pickles. Make sure you add salt. Then they want a 20-piece nugget with that, fresh nuggets. It's like you got to do all this fucking shit. And then, like I said, I'm goddamn in the middle of trying to, it's only two motherfuckers on the table. We don't got no bun dropper. It's one motherfucker on the grill, and it's like I said, one assembler and one initiator. I'm the assembler at this time, because this was when I was kind of, was I assembling? Man, I probably was doing a little bit of all that shit. I just remember they had me doing damn near everything. But I may have been assembling. Because I think like the way the setup used to be, y'all, I'm trying to explain all this so you can really understand what was going in my mind to what led to the quarterback club and why I was going, so vehemently crazy on that shit. But like I said, mind you, I'm in here, like I said, with this guy, hurry up and all this shit, and dealing with all that, sounding, like a faggot, and trying to roast people, and doing all this stuff, and make, I'm in here trying to mentally deal with all that. Mind you, I'm running back and forth to the freezer to get more nuggets and get more buns and doing all this shit. So I don't got time, to be sitting here trying to worry about exactly if I'm using a nugget scoop and all that, And then I remember I ended up like instead of getting the nuggets with the scoop, they want to see you use the scoop to get the nuggets out and put them in the box and fold them up and do all that. I grabbed the motherfuckers with my hand. Hold up, y'all. I remember it because I remember them nuggets would be fresh out the grease, and them shits used to be hot as fuck. I remember. And goddamn, I remember they were fresh out the grease, and I stuffed them in the tray. And I remember Rashad, I'm gonna say his name, fuck it. His faggot ass used to always make me, like assemble so that he could be right there next to me, so he could watch me wrap the sandwiches, making sure I was wrapping them the right way, and I wasn't, he would always want to make sure that I was right there by him so that he could see me mess up and then try to correct me right then and there so that I'll say something slick. Because I'm not gonna lie, when I was younger, I didn't know how to really hold my mouth. Like I would say the wrong thing at the wrong time, and it would be it would be something detrimental. That's how I got fired. And I think he was doing that to trigger me. But man, Alex, I remember like I said, I had did that like that whole day. I remember he kept saying, use that scoop, use that nugget scoop, and how I knew it. I ain't gonna lie, Alex, how I knew it was starting to get serious, because his voice was starting to sound like deeper. He went from use that nugget scoop to he started, use that nugget scoop now. It's like, all that gay shit with all his voice. had got mad as hell. When he started sounding like for real, that's when I was like, oh yeah, he's serious about this, man. He about to probably cut my hours now. I was like, oh fuck, man. And next thing you know, man, I remember my damn hours had got cut. And that weekend, the 24th of April, I saw that I was off, and I usually work every Saturday. I remember because that they needed you on them days. And I remember I had to work. I didn't work that Saturday, so I said, okay, well now that I'm not working, it's time to do this review. Because I remember I was making every excuse in the world to not record that review, man. I was making every excuse in the world to not do it. Because I was a little nervous. I was like, what if I end up saying something that, that somebody may not like? I was too self-conscious, and I wasn't worried about, how somebody would say how I looked or, I just was worried about what I was saying, you know what I'm saying? I didn't want to sound lame. Like, I ain't want to sound like, I was biting off of somebody else that was doing the same thing. Like, I just didn't want to, like, I just wanted the whole idea of the videos to be something new. And, I just remember when that Saturday he had cut my hours because I knew for some reason when his voice started getting deeper, I was like, fuck, like, yeah, he gonna cut my hours. And then, that's when I was like, yeah, I had that Saturday off, and then, man, shit, I said I'm about to go ahead and make this review, and I remember, I did it, man. I already had my equipment, I had my tripod, I had my camera, set it up, and I was playing the game, and like I said, the way I was doing it at this time, I didn't have a DVD recorder, and I didn't really even know how to edit, like that, so. Like, it was just a one recording and all. Like, I was recording the audio, the video, and holding the script in my hand and the controller and playing the game and holding the script at the same time until I eventually remembered the script and would be saying it while playing the game. So I'm doing all this trying to record simultaneously. So you can only imagine how many takes I had. I mean, it's like damn camera set up and shit. Here it is, take one, action. Matter of fact, I don't got my scripts. They in my mom's house. I should read y'all some of my scripts. But I remember I'll be like, take one, action. NFL Quarterback Club is one of the most frustrating games I ever played in my life. I mean, it's like when you playing this shit, then the goddamn tripod would fall, and I'm like, fuck. And then I had to set that shit up, do it again. You know what I mean? Then here it is. I am. NFL Quarterback Club is, it's like I said, my voice will get more, it'll get more animated because I'm realizing like, okay, I done did it the first time. Now that little nervousness, it kind of brushed away. Then I'm like, okay, NFL Quarterback Club is one of the most frustrating games ever. Blah, 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 blah. And here it is, I'm saying it. But now I'm realizing the camera, the iris, and like, saying where it's like pointed towards the TV screen is off centered. And I'm like, damn, so I got to redo the fucking recording again. Like I said, this was before I could just record the narration and then just get the game footage and then just, upload it on the computer. Like, I didn't have that. I didn't have that. I didn't even have an emulator on my computer. I was scared to run the emulator on it because I thought that the computer was going to crash. I wasn't sure that it could render, and process all that. So I never wanted to run an emulator on none of my old stuff. But man, I was doing that, like I said, 10 recordings. Like, I remember one recording I did, the tripod failed. This was a damn near $200 tripod. It had its own remote on it and everything. I almost broke that shit. Then almost broke the camera with it. That's what used to scare me, because when the tripod would fall, the camera would fall too. And that's when I started realizing, all right, I need to get a more sturdy tripod. So I had bought one that was like $200. I remember it had a remote that came with it. Because the first one I had was just a regular one like I got now, because I wasn't sturdy with it, but I was learning that. And then but yeah, that Quarterback Club review, dude, I made so many mistakes. And like I said, I'm sitting there trying to hold the script, hold the damn PS or the Nintendo 64 controller, look at the TV and the script at the same fucking time, record this, making sure that my audio, and as I'm speaking, making sure that I'm speaking loud enough so that it goes into the camera's microphone, because at the time I didn't know how to even edit the audio. So like I'm telling you, bro, I had to go through a lot doing this. Initially Jimmy was supposed to be the one to help me with all this shit, but like you said, Alex, like with your guy, like, not to say I was arrogant, but I'm really impatient. You know what I mean? When it get to a point where, like, if you say you're going to do something and then I got to keep waiting on you, I'm just the kind of person that I'm just going to go on and just do it myself. Like, I I don't want to just keep waiting on somebody to get something done that I feel like I want to do for myself. And then, like I said, this was my idea. I'm the one with all the camera equipment. I'm the one that wrote the script. So I got to find a way to get this done. And luckily, tripods were invented, because with that tripod, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't need a cameraman. I'm telling y'all, like, had it not been for that damn tripod that I had, y'all wouldn't have seen none of the reviews I had did back then. Like, that tripod deserves a salary from me, because it literally was my cameraman for like 2 or 3 years. You know what I mean? I had no cameraman, I remember. But yeah, I remember, like I said, I had finally got a good tripod after that quarterback club review. But I did it. Like I said, I was recording it, and like I said, it was so many takes that I had did until it finally got to that take that y'all saw, where it was literally was in that one recording. It was in that, what was the review, like 6 minutes and 53 seconds or whatever. It ended up being in that one review, because see, initially the way I had it in the script, it was supposed to be where I was gonna do all that, but it was gonna be edited. I was gonna like get those recordings separately, and then I was gonna edit those all in the timeline. But like I said, I was using Windows Movie Maker at this time, so I didn't even, that shit was super limited to the shit you could do. Like I couldn't do shit in that damn shit. So, and I wasn't even really using that properly. That's good y'all have that style. But imagine, like I said, like, you don't really understand the technology, and you doing something that's fresh and completely new, and you learning all this stuff at the same time as you doing it. Like that's how it was with me and Jimmy. You know what I mean? Like, Jimmy was more so good with helping me with the screenplay aspect, and like the more of like the set, and like the acting, and the dramatic part of like what we had did whenever we worked on those videos. Like, he more so was great in that aspect. And like I said, if you're doing production work, you need that person. Like, you need somebody that's gonna be like good on camera, because some people, they can come up with an idea good on paper, but if they don't know how to execute it good on camera, then it ain't gonna look right, or it's not gonna come out right, or something like that. And it's just gonna be a wasted idea. And I noticed with him, he just was naturally good on camera, because he told me he had taken drama in high school. Him and Dan, him and Sosa and Scarface, like they had both taken drama in high school. So, I was just basically translating that with the ideas I knew from like all the classic movies that y'all gonna see, we gonna review in later live streams. That they all those movies, and like I said, stuff y'all saw me and Black Bear Mirage, if when y'all go to my boy's channel, the stuff we grew up doing, the video games we played, like just basically all of that, and like the storylines from those games, the storylines from the movies, the characters and stuff I remember people saying, the ways I remember people acting, that basically was just a culmination into all the stuff that ended up being in the reviews, because that just was stuff I just remember, in my childhood, watching movies and watching TV. Like, a lot of the ideas I put out, and even still, like the way I want to do it is still there. But like I said, in the early days they were there. I just did not have the technology to do it though. I didn't have the technology, and like I said, that was in 2010. That stuff was out there, but again, I didn't have my boy Everyday Struggle at the time. Like, had we known what we know now, like I could have been making videos that I did, a couple of years ago. I could have been doing that back then, because I had the ideas, but I just didn't have the technology, man. And I was very limited to what I was able to do. But yeah, at that quarterback club review, that was the one that taught me how to really do this, because I was nervous as hell when I did that, man. Like I wish, matter of fact, if I can, I have that original raw recording of it, but I don't know if I have the outtakes of it. I don't know. I have to really, really go back and see. But that's what y'all need to see. Y'all need to see the outtakes, though. I had so many mistakes with this stuff. It was like so many mistakes. But I remember when I did the quarterback club one, I did it. Like I said, I'm sitting here playing the game. I'm literally telling y'all all my feelings and stuff like that. I was getting a little nervous when I was playing the game, because I'm thinking, like, a lot of the stuff I'm saying that I was joking about again with me and Williams back in 2008 when we were playing it. The stuff I was noticing that me and him would have to experience in the game, it wasn't happening at the times that I was saying it. Like when I was talking about like how you could get interceptions on there, I remember I was talking about how difficult it was to get an interception. Yet I actually had got an interception on there because I don't know, it had randomly happened. That game was so random, y'all. Y'all gotta really understand that part of it too. That game was so goddamn random. So it randomly had happened, and I'm like, okay, well, cool. You know what I mean? Like and like I said, I couldn't stop the recording, so I had to just keep going. And as I'm keeping going, it's like I'm hitting on the points. You know, everything that I'm saying, it's like I was hitting on it, and it was literally, bro, after that moment when I had said, okay, like it was hard to get an interception, and then I actually got the interception. I felt like such a dumbass, and I know I was right about that because I saw somebody commented that. Somebody commented years ago. Because like I said, it's so many comments with that quarterback club review. I hadn't really seen all of them, but I remember one of the comments somebody had said in there. They had said about, they were like, the guy says that it's hard to get an interception, yet he gets an interception in the game. And he was right, because like I said, I swear to God, I did not expect that shit to happen in that review. But it fucking, in that part, but it happened. And I said, fuck it, I gotta go along with it. And I was just playing the game and playing the game and playing the game. And I remember it got to that part with the 2-point conversion. And I randomly had scored and got it, because I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty good at that game. And then at that point, that's when I said, okay, I gotta make this point now where I talk about the running shit and then the players getting injured, because I was thinking like I gotta make this joke, because like I said, going back to when me and Williams were playing it, we used to always say that whenever we were playing the game and it would happen. But I said I gotta make this joke, and then at that part, like I said, I'm just running thinking that he about to tackle him, and at that moment it literally happened, and I said, dang, this is crazy, bruh. And like I said, at the moment it happened, y'all could kind of hear it in my voice. It was like I had kind of felt like more relaxed. You know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty sure, Alex, you could understand, because you listening to audio, especially if you like editing audio and editing commentary, you will easily be able to tell like certain cadences and certain differences and pitches in people's voices and how it switches up and changes, like how they may feel more relaxed in certain settings, or how it may feel more improvised, or it may be, it may seem more scripted. Like you can kind of somewhat tell. And I swear at that point, where I remember when I caught that, when he had fell on the ground, John Lynch, and he started, holding his knee, I had got real animated, and I had got way more relaxed, I remember. And that's when I had said the joke, damn, my G, are you stretching? Did you stretch before the game? And I remember right when I made that point, I said that joke. I said, okay, that's it. Like that's the end of the review. I made the review right there, and I didn't know. But at that point, that literally made my channel, y'all. Like, at that moment, that's like what kind of gave me the confidence to realize, okay, I could do this. Like, I could put these videos out. It's something that people gonna find entertaining, and like, I just felt, like I said, I just felt at that point, okay, I could do this. And then when I put it out, bro, that shit wasn't getting no views. I remember, man. This is in 2010, y'all. I remember at this time, YouTube had groups. They had basically community groups, like where if you did retro gaming and you were like, trying to come up, you could get a part of the little subgroup, and they even had like little tournaments and stuff at this time. And like basically you could submit your videos in this, and this kind of was helping you get recognition. It was almost on some like the basement, Jack the Rapper type of stuff, like on YouTube. Like if you were a smaller channel back then, you had a chance, because this was before they started monetizing. And I remember, again, like I was joining like different little subgroups on YouTube. I wish they still had that. Oh yeah, I was in several groups. Back then. Like I said, I don't really know how to explain it, but like it was like when you went on when you went on YouTube back in the day, they had it to where if you typed in like a certain game in the search bar, you would see the option of like all the people that reviewed the games. And I remember they, on the right side, they would have the featured videos. And I remember the featured videos were always listed first on the right, and then everybody else's videos were on the left. And I remember on that left column, on the bottom, I remember they would all have like that option where the subgroups were, and then you would have to go and then say, hey, like I said, my channel, Great Murderer at that time. Hey, this is Great Murderer. I started a early a retro video game reviewing channel. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just like for y'all to kind of check out some of the videos. This is different content, sort of similar to AVGN, because at that time everybody was doing something similar to AVGN, but I just wanted to make my shit so different. You know what I mean? For one, because I wasn't the same race as him, so our humor styles, our vernacular, what I mean, like the way that he delivers his commentary, it's not gonna be the same, like I would do mine. It was similar, but not 100% the same. I mean, I'm gonna have a certain slang, and he from up north, I'm from down south, so we gonna have a different way of how we express it. But like I said, I was just trying to do my thing different. And I remember a lot of those little subgroups. Yeah, Alex. I don't remember if any. I'm not gonna lie though, that a lot of them were a lot of gatekeepers at that time. Again, like, I didn't get on YouTube until like 2010. It may have been somewhat better in like 2007 and stuff, when that stuff was going on. I wish I could have been on YouTube then, but a lot of them, man, they were gatekeeping, and you would submit the videos. Like I said, they would have the contests. They would see the videos that that were submitted, but they wouldn't really declare a winner. Or if they did declare a winner, it would be basically some ass kisser or somebody that was already like one of the moderators of the group or something like that. They would be declared the winner of the, but their video would be trash. But the whole goal of what I was looking at it as, it wasn't really to be going to the contest and win. It was really to kind of get my videos out there and to get like recognition, because I was doing anything I could to try to like spread the videos. And any little subgroups or whatever, like I said, they were a little bit more open and friendly, so it was a little easier to do that back then. But I remember a lot of those contests I entered, yeah, they would take forever to declare the winners in them. And then when they did declare, it was already, again, like bureaucracy and a whole bunch of stuff they did where they selected, it was all a bunch of bullshit. So I was never expecting to try to win. I just was trying to just spread the videos, and I think that's really how I got a lot of my subscribers in the beginning. Hell yeah, man. If you ask any of the early YouTubers on here, especially in the gaming community, ask them about those YouTube community groups. I wish they had them now. But like I said, with channels being monetized, it'll pretty much be like throwing meat to a den of crocodiles. I mean, it wasn't. I think it'll be even more corrupt now than it would have been back then. But yeah, man, that's what I remember I was doing. And like I said, the quarterback club was the only video I had out for a long time. I remember. That's why I think it was getting a little bit more recognition than the other ones, because it was like the first video I had out. It was the only video I had out, because I didn't really. I think, again, yeah, like a week after that, that's when that issue happened, when I got fired. Like I said, I remember I had to take this test called the Compass test. And I remember when I first started college, I didn't, that morning I really wasn't even thinking about it like that. I just took that test and didn't realize by not passing it that was going to put me in a remedial class where I had to pass that test in order to get out the remedial class. And when I realized it was that serious, I was like, oh shit. So yeah, I remember I had to take that test that Tuesday. I remember that's when me and Jimmy went out there. And I remember that on that Saturday I had to work, because I was studying my ass off for that shit. I was making sure, I was like, I do not want to end up going back with a fucking sour look on my face from failing this shit. So I made sure that I studied that shit. And it was easy as fuck, but it was just the anxiety of thinking that if I fail it, that I got to drive way out here to Swainsboro, 40 miles away, and I got to come way back, take this shit again. And like I said, the classes were easy. I'm like, they made you literally take a basic ass 6th grade English or 6th grade math class just because you failed a stupid test coming out of college if you didn't do good on the SAT or the ACT. But like I told y'all, I had a 3.2 when I came into college, so the test shit didn't even really matter. Like I could pass the classes academically. It's just that I didn't like taking tests. So I ended up taking that compass test, and I remember I failed it. And I didn't think nothing of it. I didn't know they were gonna put me in a remedial fucking class, and then they did that, and I had to take it for 5 months and then take that test again. So I remember that's how I met Jimmy. Well, actually, I met Jimmy in art because I had art 101, and that was one time a week. I remember every Monday, and it was 2 hours. And I remember I hated that class. Like I think I told you about this, Alex. Hated that class because it was boring. It was like art history pretty much. All we were doing was in there talking about 19th century style paintings and all the, this style and who this person. I'm just thinking like this shit is irrelevant as fuck. And the main thing, it was 2 hours and it was one time a week, and it was from 5 to 7:30, and it was late in the evening in the fall. I remember when I had to take it. And it was hard to do that, man, because like I said, it was cold. It was dark when you were leaving those classes on that campus, and I hated them days like that. And I always had to take that goddamn class, and I remember I was always trying to hurry up and get out of there because it was dark and cold. But I remember that was the class I met Jimmy in, and he was in that class, and he was in the English 99 class that I remember I had, because that's when he showed me ABGM when we were going to English 99. That's when I found out about him that year. But I remember we had to take that test that Tuesday, and I had to work that Saturday. And like I said, I didn't want to have to retake that test because I had to take it again when I first got into college, and I did not want to have to go back out there and retake it. So I was nervous about that shit. I was like, yeah, I do not want to fail this. So, man, I remember that Saturday. Yeah, I mean, I told y'all that story. Ain't no need of me repeating that. But I remember that Saturday I went up there. Like I told y'all before, I had that anxiety on me from that test, and plus, I had bills and shit I had to pay at that time, and I had needed the money because I remember I had my refund money, and that shit was, dwindling down. So I'm like, fuck, like I gotta goddamn, come up with some money for this, and I was nervous about that because that's when I was first, kind of sinking into my feet into adulthood and realizing that, hey, these bills and this rent. This is shit you gotta pay every fucking month, like regardless of what's going on. Like you still gotta pay this shit. Like that's kind of when it sunk in, and I realized that because that was a year after I graduated high school. So yeah, like it had really sunk in by then. Like yeah, bro, like you got to you got to have a plan out here. And I just remember again, like a lot of that was just on my mind at that time that weekend, and boy, I was nervous as fuck. And then I remember we pulled up in that driveway. I remember how busy that goddamn drive-through was. They had 2 drive-throughs at that McDonald's, and I remember both of them shits was filled all the way damn near to the street, like from the main street coming into the drive-through. Both of them shits was filled up, and I knew when I saw that, like fuck, like they got somebody back there in the grill area that's not clearing the orders. I knew that's what was going on, cause I'm like usually the front people, they not gonna have this shit backed up like that. And then I came in there and I just knew, man, I just knew for some reason it just wasn't gonna be a good Saturday. I remember I came in there. I remember I was in there in the lobby watching in living color, because at this time I don't know if they have them, at McDonald's y'all might be at, but at this one they had it renovated. So the owner, he had a flat screen TV in the lobby, and basically since it wasn't nothing but black people that would come in there, he had that motherfucker on BET, and we used to change the channels and watch ESPN and college basketball and NBA. Like we would be doing that anyway, but it just so happened that out of all fucking channels that would be in the lobby of McDonald's, it was on BET. And I remember when I got there at this time, and they was showing in living color on Saturdays, and I remember I was sitting in the lobby watching in living color, and I knew something wasn't right, because I'm not even like studying this shit. I usually used to look at it and kind of be laughing at the skits and stuff, but I'm looking at this shit and like ain't none of the jokes hitting on me. I'm like, man, I really do not want to fucking be here right now, because like I said, I'm thinking about the anxiety of this test. I'm thinking about the anxiety of these bills that we gotta pay. And mind you, I'm 18 years old. I'm living with motherfuckers that's 21, and I'm having to goddamn go to them and get the bill money out of them, and then I'm having to go to the city hall and pay the bill. I'm having to go to Georgia Power and pay the bill and collecting money out of folks, and I'm the youngest person there, so I'm like, oh no, like it's some bullshit. But I remember that Saturday, I had the anxiety of that test, the anxiety of that, and I was just thinking like, man, I really don't want to be here. And this was before I was smoking too. So yeah, that shit was probably building up like a volcano. And man, I just remember going in that goddamn lobby when I had to clock in, and I remember I went back there, and I remember it was a dude back there named Larnell, and I was cool with bruh. And I saw he was on the grill, and when I saw he was on the grill, I was like, this motherfucker. Because see, if you working fast food, and you know that it's you and another person that's good, and y'all both working in the grill area, you want that person to be on that line with you instead of somebody else, because they, y'all gonna be able to get the orders out. If it's, let's say they doing something that's easier, like doing fried products, or they just cooking the meat on the grill, and you got to be the one, like I said, looking double cheeseburger, no onions, extra pickles, one shot of mac sauce, one goddamn 2 pieces of bacon, fucking, one layer of damn ice cream on it. Like, all this shit you gotta fucking remember. Like, you gotta be the one to do all this shit by yourself. Like, that's why fast food and all that's difficult, because it's easy to remember the basic sandwich. Okay, mustard, ketchup, onions, pickles. But then when they like, okay, I want this, that, plus I want, okay, a quarter deluxe, and oh yeah, on that deluxe, don't give me mayonnaise, give me this. Oh yeah, plus get me some fresh nuggets. So you gotta be doing all this shit by yourself, man. And I remember that dude was in there, and when I saw him in that grill area, I was like, this motherfucker, because he didn't want to get on that line and help. I was like, oh, this son of a bitch. And I knew, I was like, this about to be a bad Saturday, because there was a new guy that had started, and he was in there on the table, and I remember it was one of the people they had up front. They had her coming back there to help him out, since she knew how to work the table. But then when I clocked in, they like, okay, well, now that he's here, he know how to run the table, we gonna let him work with the new guy instead of me and the guy that's experienced being on the table, so that we can get the orders out. And I was like, oh man, this is some bullshit. But I couldn't be mad at him, because what was crazy is, like, the week before, he had came in there on his day off, and they had wrote him up because there was something that he didn't want to do, and he didn't do it, and then they ended up writing him up for that. He had got mad at them, and I remember he said to them, he's like, man, you know what, I ain't never coming in for you bitches on my day off ever again. I never forget when he said that. But I guess his way of getting back at them was, at that moment when I came in there, he said, you know what, I'm gonna just chill right here on the grill while it's a rush, and then let him deal with all that. And I knew, and subconsciously I knew that's why he did it, because he was trying to get back at them. And I wasn't trying to be no rat, and I wasn't trying to be, no fudge ninja, and and try to like tell them like, hey, why don't y'all tell him to help me on the table? Because I'm thinking naturally they gonna say that anyway, but they just, letting the whole thing play out. And then what was really bothering me is he was over there laughing about it, because he knew I'm not about to get on this table, and he gonna have to deal with this shit on his own. And like I said, that's what was starting to make me mad, because he was over there laughing about that shit like it was funny. And I'm like, bro, like I said, this time I'm 18 years old. I was not smoking at that time. So this is all, saying all this testosterone that's developing, all these, hormones that's developing, that I'm not understanding fully like that. Yeah, plus I got all these adult responsibilities to deal with, so that was a lot of shit. And I just remember thinking like, man, this is some fucking bullshit, man. I remember I was saying that in my head, and I just kept saying that when I was back there. And I ain't gonna lie, I'm the kind of person that, especially back then at that time, like, yeah, like, I just, it's hard for me. Like, if I was pretty much like this, if I was living in one of the concentration camps during the Holocaust, they probably would have had to kill me, because I was gonna say something that they didn't like. They were gonna kill me because of that, not because I was goddamn a Jew, not because I fucking had didn't want to work or do something like that. They probably would have killed me because of something I said that offended them. So I just always used to be that person, I remember, that would say something. It didn't have to be much. It was just a little phrase or a little parable or something that I would say, and it would strike so hard that it would always get me in trouble, bro. I remember I did that when I was in 4th grade. I did that one time. I done got in, fights like that, of course, but the times I never forget was that time when I was in 4th grade, and I told my teacher to shut up, and I remember that my mom beat the hell out of us, and I had to join karate because of that, and then this. And I remember, like I said, I was in there just like, man, this is some bullshit. I just kept saying that in my head, because Like I said, I'm like, bro, like, why don't they make this man get on the grill? Like, I'm like, y'all, and I just felt tried at that point because I'm like, y'all gonna sit here and let him get away with this? This man's 3 years older than me. Like I said, I didn't understand it, but then I remember that lady came back there and she had complained about a lady that was waiting on her Big Mac because again, it was taking forever because I was working back there with a new guy. I'm trying to do all this shit, all these orders, and then she complained. Like I said, mind you, while I'm trying to remember, okay, quarter deluxe, no onions, extra pickles, 2 pieces of meat, fucking ice cream on the top, and goddamn I don't know, a shot of fucking mayonnaise on the bottom. Like, I gotta remember all this shit with all these goddamn sandwiches, and now here this lady come. Luckily, Rashad wasn't there that day. But the crazy thing is, if Bert was there that day, he wouldn't have left me like that. That's the crazy thing about it. The one that was, oh, hurry up. Like, he wouldn't even set me up like that. But I remember the other lady, she did, and they didn't say nothing. She just thinking, oh, I'm just doing my job, thinking straightforward. And she came back there. I remember again at the wrong moment, bro. She did it because I'm trying to remember all these fucking orders and mine thinking like, okay, I need to go to the back and get some buns or I gotta remember all this stuff. And then she just come to my ear and it was almost like a little whisper. She was like, hey, this lady said that she need her Big Mac or she gonna get mad. That's literally how I heard it in my ear, y'all. Like imagine you goddamn trying to, you in a factory with like 10 arms and you trying to do all these different jobs. If somebody just come to you and they tell you, hey, you're not moving fast enough. They ain't even got to say it loud. It's like just saying it low and simple enough. That just be so effective. And man, when she said that, I just remember like literally this visual came in my head of this white woman getting her Big Mac, going in that lobby, thinking to herself, oh, look at these Schwartz, look at these niggers in here all watching in living color. Look at these animals. Why don't they turn it to the Australian Open or something? Why do we have to watch BET? I'm just sitting here imagining her eating her Big Mac in the lobby, minding her own business. Like I said, amongst all this chaos that's going on in the back, it's air conditioned in the lobby, in the damn grill area. It's just the air conditioning don't work back there. But it work in that lobby, she gonna get that. She gonna eat her meal. After that's over with, she gonna get her nice SUV. Meanwhile, I'm driving the Sentra outside. She gonna get her nice, cool SUV, AC working and all that. It's the beginning of May. She gonna go down there to Tybee Island for the weekend. Probably, go get her a little salad or something like that on some expensive restaurant on the strip of Tybee Island. Probably sit back on the beach, enjoy herself. And meanwhile, she getting ready to go do all that on her Saturday. And meanwhile, here I am in this hot ass, muggy ass, greasy, fucking slave encampment in this grill area. It's hot as hell back there. Like I said, you got this nigga over here laughing like it's funny that I gotta do all this work. And like I said, and this woman coming back in here complaining about a Big Mac while I gotta deal with all this stuff, getting $7.25 an hour. I don't know. And I remember at that moment when all that stuff boiled up, and like I said, from all the moments, hurry up and don't use. Like I said, that moment, y'all gotta really understand. At that one moment right there, I literally was hearing, hurry up, don't use the nugget scoop. Make sure when you wrap that, do that the right way. Yeah, I'm hearing all that, and then, hey, that Big Mac, well, she gonna get mad about that Big Mac. And I'm like, man, you know what? I said, fuck that lady. I literally had said that. I literally saw that in my head. I said, man, you know what? Fuck that lady, man. I didn't even hear myself saying that. And then I just heard, what did you just say? I said, shit, fuck that lady. And I just remember, we got a problem back here. We got a problem back here. I didn't know what I had just done. It was like I literally had just came back into consciousness when I had said that. And I'm sitting here thinking like, because I'm mad that they gonna pull me to the side and try to console me and and tell me, oh man, it's gonna be all right and all that. Man, they said go ahead and clock out. I said fuck. When they told me that, I knew I was fired, because when they tell you to clock out, that means they gonna discuss it with the manager. They gonna and they so sneaky. They not gonna call you and tell you that you fired. You know what I'm saying? They just gonna they gonna do it sneaky. But I thought that I really did, because mind you, like I said, I'm 18 years old. I'm thinking like, and then the only reason I thought that I could say that, bro, because mind you, like we up there and we cursing and talking like that all the time to the managers. Like it was normal for us to be like, man, somebody come back there and say, hey man, they saying that y'all need to hurry up with that Big Mac. Somebody would tell them, man, shit, tell that fat ass lady to wait. Like you know how many times that people up there would say that, and I'll be back there in that kitchen. Shit, her fat ass can wait, or his shit, go tell his ass to get a salad, man, or tell him to go to Wendy's. Like they'll be, you know how many people up there would say that, and I guess I thought I could get away with it, but like I said, when I said it was impactful. That's why, like I said, I have to watch what I say because sometimes I don't be realizing the impact of it, and all. And back then I didn't know that, but I was learning these things, especially in a professional setting like that. You really got to watch what you say. And they could get away with saying that, and they could talk like that. But like I said, a lot of those people that were doing that, they grew up with these managers at Statesboro. They went to elementary school with these folks. I mean, I knew them in high school, and we had a close relationship, but outside of work, that was really about it. So, like, I don't know. They were going to look out more so for them than they were for me. And I thought that I could just get away with it because, like I said, dog, when I worked up there, I seen dudes literally go up there and get to fighting in the damn parking lot. I'm talking about when we were in high school, 2 dudes I remember that worked up there. They left. They were talking shit in high school. They were fighting over this female. I remember left the high school, and then right before we clocked in at the job. Matter of fact, we were up there getting our check. I remember that's what happened. I remember it was Friday evening. We was up there all getting our check, and next I look in the parking lot. These dudes out there fighting. Next week, the boy Cedric, like I said, he was one of the dudes that got to fight. He come to work like ain't nothing happened. So I'm thinking like, man, I done seen dudes get to fighting up here. I seen dudes get up there, like I said, curse out customers and curse at customers, and they keep their jobs. So I'm thinking like, this ain't that big a deal for me to say fuck this lady about this Big Mac, and she gonna get the Big Mac. It ain't like I'm refusing the order. I'm just saying fuck her because I got all this other shit I gotta deal with. And I just thought they were gonna understand that and pull me to the side and, like I said, at least talk to me or whatever. But yeah, boy, I was sadly mistaken. Once they said, oh yeah, you need to go ahead and clock out. Once they said that, I remember it was just like this low feeling in my stomach because, like I said, if you lose a job in Statesboro, man, that's like having a damn felony on your record, bro. Like, it's gonna be super duper hard for you to get another job somewhere. Yeah, it's gonna be super hard for you to get a job somewhere else. And I remember when that shit happened, I was thinking like, God damn it, why did you just say that, bro? I was like, fuck Crosswire. Why did you just say that, man? Why did you just say that, bro? And I remember I had to get in my car, and it was weird. I had to go home, and I'm sitting here thinking like, all these excuses I could tell the guy Rashad, because I knew they were gonna tell him. And I was thinking of all the little different stuff I could say to him and try to tell him of what I meant, and but it didn't matter. It was like it was an automatic termination for whatever reason. And and those sleazy bastards, I remember that evening I went home, and y'all want to know what's even more fucked up, Alex? You ain't gonna believe this part of the story because I never even told this. I remember my manager, she didn't work that shift that day. She was a little older than me, I remember. But I remember she was the one that trained me when I first started there. But I didn't know. But I remember she had a friend that was like in college at that time. And her friend, I remember was just trying to, I guess, like, she was just trying to get with, like, I guess one of somebody that she worked with that she, had an interest in or whatever. And I remember the main manager, I remember I didn't know she had kind of liked me like that, but she had told her about me and gave her my number. I remember that same day. I remember she had gave old girl my number, and I remember I was at home mad as fuck. I remember, and this girl was texting me and stuff, and I'm like, who the fuck is this girl? Who is she? And I remember she had told me that my manager had gave her my number, like my manager had put me on to her. And I remember at this time, this girl was like a little older than me. She was sending me naked pictures and, and doing all that stuff. I remember I wasn't even having sex at that time. But I remember, like I said, I just remember my manager had threw me the alley hoop, but it was on the day that I had got fired. So it was like, oh no, hell no, I didn't curse her out. Nah. Shit, I was, like I said, I was about to invite her to my house. Hell no, I didn't curse her out. I never even met the girl, but I remember she was, she was trying to get with me. Cause I remember her manager, like I said, I guess she was trying to like that girl was a freak. I remember, and like I said, I'm 18. I wasn't having sex and doing all that time. That girl was like 22 at that time. Yeah, like my manager was 23. She was much older than me, and her friend was like 22. And I just remember she was trying to like, I guess, like put her on with somebody she worked with, and it was between me and two other guys. And I remember the other guy that she was gonna put her on with, Buddy was known to kind of be a freak, and she didn't really like vibe with him like that. Like he was smashing everything in sight. I remember. And that's how a lot of them dudes that grow up in them little small towns like that, them dudes just, they just try to plow through anything. Like they don't matter if they in school, it don't matter if it's at the job site, like, and they going in raw too. So, but that's how bro was. I remember it was between him and there was another guy that she was gonna put him on with, but bro was young. He was younger than me, and then I was 18 at the time. So I guess she put her on me. And like I said, me and old girl, I remember we had talked, what I'm saying, for like a good little bit. And I think I even had met up with her once. But like I said, bro, at that time, I was so mad that I had lost that job that I wasn't thinking about sex. I wasn't thinking about nothing. Like only thing I had thought about at that time when I lost that job, I said, you know what, bro, I got to lock in with this YouTube shit. Because like I said, that's when that's when I felt like real life had hit. Because I was like, man, I gotta figure something out. Hold on real quick, y'all. What's that smell? My bad, y'all. It's like I was smelling something burning. I had the window open. It may have been some of my neighbors out here doing. Nah, I ain't gonna lie. The dude, the older dude, Buddy was a freak. He was trying to smash anything in sight. I remember Buddy was one of them kind of dudes that saying like, yeah, he was one of them dudes, like by the time he's 25, he got like 4 or 5 kids by like 4 or 5 different women. What I'm saying? And then his baby mom was getting smashed on. I remember, matter of fact, I remember this same guy that we talking about. See, you gotta watch these gigolo type of guys, they act like, they these gigolos, like they like them. Remember that game Atari Porn that that AVGN reviewed? They like one of them characters going in all these whorehouses, sleeping with all these women. Like a lot of these dudes be acting like that. These women, are theirs. But and what happened with this guy? I remember it was another guy that worked there that was younger than me, and I remember dude was dating his baby mama. I remember, and what I'm saying? And I remember the younger dude was wondering if he was gonna have problems with him because of that. They had like a little bit of tension, I remember. But it's very ironic. I remember that guy was like that, and that was his outcome of his situation. But yeah, like I said, with that girl, nah, she was cool. I remember that girl was from like a little small town that was down there. She was much older than me. All I remember is that girl was just trying to fuck. It was a lot of girls like that down there. I mean, it was a college town. But I never had sex with her. And the reason why is, like I said, I was so mad at that time that I had lost my job because I was trying to get some money down there, man. I wasn't thinking about sex or none of that. I was literally just trying to get the money up at that time to get more camera equipment so that I could start producing the reviews like how y'all saw what I did when I came up here in 2015 and 16. I was trying to do that back then in 2010 when I was working, But when I lost my job, man, that shit kind of just extracted all the wind out of me. You know, it was like fuck, bro, because I knew I had to start over from scratch. I wasn't gonna get another job. I just knew things was gonna get a lot tougher, and there was gonna be a lot of games that I was trying to review at that time that I couldn't buy. So it was gonna make my reviews harder to do. I was gonna have to review a lot of the games I had on that Sega collection. But I mean, it turned out good. But I remember when I lost that job, that's when I knew, like, fuck, like this. I'm gonna have to just lock in. That's how it always used to be. Every time I had lost any source of income, in the midst of me having like pretty much, you know, all my adult years, y'all have seen. So I remember every time I would like lose some income, that's when I would start punching out more reviews. And I always felt like that's when my best reviews would come out. But I remember when I lost that job, man, I just remember that Saturday. I remember, like I said, sitting at home, I was like just thinking of anything I could think of to try to keep my job. But it just wasn't happening. And then, like I said, it was so awkward that day because while I got all this shit on my mind and I'm sitting here trying to figure out what I could do, I'm sitting here getting calls and texts from, you know, all my coworkers. They trying to, you know, figure out what happened and stuff like that. And you know, some of them were looking at me like I was a martyr almost because they, you know, I had did something that they wanted to do and I did it. And then it's, you know, it was people that had kind of followed behind me and they started saying what they wanted to say and I was here and they were getting fired too. So I was almost kind of like a fucking, a Maximilian Robespierre, you know what I mean, at McDonald's at that time, you know. But boy, I remember when that shit happened, I was so fucking mad. And like I said, that day, I was thinking of anything I could to try to get my job back. And this girl, like I said, it was so confusing because while I'm doing all that, I got this girl texting me and, you know, and like I said, she trying to pull up. You know what I mean? I'm like, man, I'm confused right now. I got a test I got to take on Monday. I'm scared to fail. I got bills I got to pay. I had just lost my goddamn job, like I said, in a small little town where getting a job is almost like winning the lottery. You know what I mean? And I'm like, damn, I had just lost my job, and then here come this broad trying to pull up. I'm like, man, this is too much at once right now. And they all happened, I remember, on that goddamn Saturday. It was on May 1st, 2010. And then, man, that next day I was scheduled to work. I remember I pulled up. It was so embarrassing. I that's why I was like, man, you know what? I'm not even gonna wash my uniform. I ain't washed my uniform or nothing. I remember I pulled up. I went in that lobby and I just was hoping that, you know what I mean, they just kind of let it just brush off and they ain't worry about it like that. Man, I got there, was about to clock in. They said, oh, you don't work today. I'm like, what y'all mean? They was like, oh yeah, Rashad fired you yesterday. I was like, oh damn. And mind you, this wasn't no rush, but mind you, customers sitting there, they all looking at me, you know, trying to figure out what's going on. Employees looking at me. This is in the middle of the goddamn lobby. At about 4 o'clock when I'm about to go in there, thinking everything's straight. And then goddamn, I'm sitting here, like I said, look at somebody in there trying to, you know, get their little Sunday icy, and they looking at me laughing and shit like that. And I'm like, man, fuck. And it was so embarrassing. Everybody looking at me and stuff, and I'm sitting here thinking I'm about to clock in and everything all good. And then she say that, I remember, it was this thick, older woman that worked there. Her name was Quana. And I remember Quana was like, yeah, you don't work today. Rashad fired you yesterday. I was like, fuck, man. And I remember I had just said that. I had just goddamn took my uniform off. That shit had all kind of ketchup stains, grease stains, and all that. I said, you motherfuckers gonna get my goddamn Battlefield shirt. And I handed that shit to her and got the hell up out of there, man. But that shit was embarrassing, I remember. That shit was so embarrassing. And I remember I said, you know what, bruh? I'm about to just lock in on this YouTube. I'm about to goddamn, because I felt like that was the only thing I could control at that time. I said, man, I'm about to just lock in on these YouTube videos. I had a whole hit list of reviews I was going to do. And I said, I'm going to just do this because who knows, man? Who knows where this could go one day. And that's when I was punching them shits out. I remember for about 2 weeks, I was trying my best to get my job back because I really felt like, I'm like, bro, like, come on, like, y'all know I didn't really mean that shit. Like saying something and then doing something is two different things. You know, I didn't literally go into that lady face and fucking tell her, hey, screw you and screw your Big Mac, and then make the Big Mac and smush it in her face. Like, that's pretty much saying fuck you and the Big Mac. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't do that. it was just out of frustration. And then when I said it, it's like when she asked me what did I say, I mean I couldn't back out of it at that time. I mean what was I gonna do? Just say, oh, I ain't say nothing? Like, you heard what I said. So I mean shit, I had to stand on it at that point. So she kind of had put me in a position where like I ain't really have no choice but to stand on what I had said. Because she asked like, what did you just say? I'm like, shit, I said fuck her. Like, fuck, like what you expect me to say? Oh no, I didn't say nothing. I'll have that out in 2 to 3 minutes. Could you tell her because she could please wait in 2? Like, I'm not doing all that. I'm not doing this scripted shit you motherfuckers want me to do. Like, this is real life in the moment. We ass to ass, elbow to elbow in the kitchen and stuff. Like, nah, I'm gonna tell you how I feel at that moment. Like, that's just how I was and all. I did not realize you cannot do that in a professional setting. You can't be like that because people gonna say stuff. They gonna go behind your back. And that shit is gonna end up biting you in the ass later. And like I said, that's when I realized, if you're gonna be in a professional setting, you better just say what's on your mind when it matters, but you better know how to do it, and all. But just don't be taken advantage of. But yeah, I tried for 2 weeks to get that job back. I saw that shit wasn't biting. That's when I said, man, fuck it. I'm about to go ahead and lock in on my videos. And I remember that's when I did that Resident Evil 2 walkthrough. That was the first one I did. I remember me and William's younger brother. We were down there in Statesboro. We were the only ones down there. I remember, and that's when I said I'm about to go on and work on this, and I did that. That really was some bullshit. I wouldn't even really consider that a review. And then after I did that, I remember I had did NBA Live 95, and then y'all saw Fighting Force, and I was starting to get some momentum. Then I put out Super Thunderblade and the Echo the Dolphin. That June, I remember, that's when I was kind of like, the momentum was going. That's when I was like, okay, I kind of got my rhythm of how to do this, But, like I said before then, it was like I had a script, but what was on the script and what was in front of the camera was two totally different things. And I didn't realize how to make it all, congeal properly. And that's when I did it, man. Like I said, But Alex, just for a little personal history, that really, everything I just explained in these last 2 hours, and I could probably go another 8 hours if I wanted to, like really giving you the detail as to like what was going on prior to like these first recordings that y'all saw. Because I feel like it's good for me to do this little live stream and tell y'all like this stuff like this behind the scenes so that y'all can know, like I said, what was going on with the videos. But what just happened? I don't know what the hell just happened. Is it better now? It seemed like it was kind of pausing. You straight? Yeah, I think what I need to do is just probably use an Ethernet cable because I don't know if it's this internet. I've been using Wi-Fi since I've been in here doing this, but I really haven't had too many issues with the internet here. I do still want an Ethernet cable, but my I got a basic coaxial connection because this house is still got that. It doesn't have like the fiber stuff like that AT&T and all it has. It still has like the coaxial connection and all that shit is in like the beginning of the damn duplex. It's probably like 20 feet from my room. It ain't as close as it was when I was in Decatur. I think ever since I had started streaming back then, I'd never used Wi-Fi ever when I was doing it back then. We still ain't started the fucking game. Hell nah. We still had not started the game. You right about that. That's funny as hell. Seems like it's lagging. I know. I know that bird probably done flew like halfway across the world by now. The cycle of death reoccur. I know we in this weird purgatory. Bird, like damn, like shit. He done went to hell and back. That bird, like damn, he's still talking about the before he started the first episode. The bird, like shit, like I became like I flew and then went through winter and then came back. It's spring and he's still talking. But all this stuff matters, you know what I mean? Like, and see, like I don't know, like it's pretty interesting when I saw that ABGN did that 20-year anniversary thing, and he was kind of elaborating on the same stuff like what him and Mike had going on behind the scenes. But they were kind of describing the personal stuff too. I mean, Mike was talking about the monetization. He was talking about how like they had the contractual agreements they had to come up with between him and James. The mere fact that James had 100% ownership of all that, and Mike just had co-production rights. As far as like helping out and stuff. I mean, they did like they he explained all that, and I mean, of course, I ain't on that level, but I do feel like I did have like some success on this channel. I had it's a lot of people that did this shit, and a lot of those channels had come and gone, but my shit is still relevant. 16 years later, like that's kind of hard to do. It's TV shows like that don't even last for 5 seasons. I mean, this technically been going on for 16 seasons. I mean, when y'all saw when I did the first video, I didn't even have a string of facial hair. I got a few gray hairs now. You know what I mean? Like this shit been going on a long time. Let alone facial hair, I got a few grays. Like I looked at that in my head. I'm like, oh shit. I feel like that him and James handled it well, though. I think that the only differences they had were creative differences. Again, like Mike kind of seems like more like me. He wanted to do like the video game aspect of it. Like he wasn't really like a movie maker. He's more like he said, just a cheap, internet content, internet video. You know what I mean? Like I said, Sony Handycam. Sony Vegas movie maker, videos. As long as it's funny, as long as it's something that's entertaining mostly, and it's informative at the same time. That's more so what he was on, and that's kind of what I had felt like my whole aspect was when I started this too. I'm not a movie maker. I don't even have the equipment to make no goddamn movie like that. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't go to school for it, so. Like, I can't make no motion picture like that. Like, that takes a lot of goddamn money, So, hey.
She's here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh.
She changed her mind.
That's good.
And she's seen everything else.
Yeah, I'm thinking, like, you go out there and you seeing, Jays and...
She, told me a lot.
Right.
I know a lot more now.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
She suffers with, depression and some other shit. She's been on medicine for a long time.
Oh.
She wanted to go and commit suicide again.
Damn.
And she called out of work, and somebody called her phone from work and answered her phone, and the work job called and said, if you don't come to work, we're going to report you missing. Somebody was tampering with her, got in her phone line.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but she talked to them. But she's here. She's in.
Yeah, I mean, like I said,
she told me she was lying to me.
Right. Yeah, I mean that's obvious, but like let's be real, like somebody like a Tyree coming around and
she's seen him.
Yeah,
he had girl shoes on and pink socks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Coming around, you got some drugs and and doing all that. I mean, you got him. You got all type of characters out there, so that shit ain't that don't look like an enticing place.
Yeah, but she's here. I'm gonna brush my teeth. Look, my teeth feel nasty.
All right.
And then I'm gonna step out for a second.
All right. Damn it! What happened? What happened? Oh man, what the hell is going on? We just entered the Matrix. What the fuck just happened? Am I tripping, or is it like severely lagging? Yeah, I'm gonna have to switch to Ethernet because I think it says this YouTube is not receiving enough smooth streaming. Well, I didn't do shit. Is it better now? Yeah, I kind of see my Wi-Fi bars is dropping. Okay, cool. Now, yeah, what was I talking about? Those contracts with those guys? Yeah, I mean, they seem to have, they seem to have like somewhat agreement. I mean, I know one thing. The guy Mike was saying that as soon as that shit started blowing up, that none of them had jobs. None of them worked. He said that they did some like type of work. I guess for some corporate guy or whatever. They were doing like some type of like corporate video production work, and then once the videos started becoming popular, and they were able to get the deal with game trailers, he said that they were just locked into making videos. So, man, I ain't gonna lie, like those guys were successful with what they did, and I think that the only contracts they had to come up with was when they had the just the bigger stuff they did. But I think it was good money wise between them two. I really do. I feel like the Mike Matei and James Rolfe, like they did. That's a prime example of how you want to do business and be successful on YouTube. I feel like they really did. They had the golden story, especially like with Mike being the video gamer and then James being the filmmaker. It's like damn, like that shit was perfect how they had that, bro. Yeah, you got to think Mike Matei and James Rolfe. Like they ain't worked a job like literally since this YouTube shit started. When did YouTube come out in 05? They were popular in 2006. Like that, he been making the DVDs since I think 07. So you got to think that's DVD sales. That's AVGN merchandise sales. That's game trailers. They all the content is on there, so they get ad revenue from that. And then they probably had appearances they did, where they got. I ain't gonna lie, them dudes, man, they showed the example of how to do this internet shit. It's like beyond just the video game aspect of it. They showed how to really be successful in market on the internet. That's kind of what I was seeing. That's when I was like, nah, like I need to get a piece of this shit. Yeah, YouTube came out in 05. I remember I was in ninth grade. I just wish that at the time I had a digital camera, man. If I had a digital camera and knew how to work it, I would have been doing this stuff probably when I was in like 10th grade. For sure in 10th grade. All this AVGN, I mean the frustrated game review episodes, yeah, that stuff would have been out, man. So I'm about to try this game. We 2 hours in. Yeah, I mean, could you imagine that, bro? I mean, I was old enough. That's what I'm saying. Like at the time, I was old enough. I knew what was going on. Like it wasn't like when when 05 I was like maybe 9 or 8, and I wasn't conscious of of what the internet was, and I didn't really have a life prior to the internet, because see, a lot of people that came on in the early days that were popular, they had lives prior to the internet, that they could showcase on the internet. So that's what allowed them to kind of blow up. But I was kind of old enough to have had enough experiences to where, again, I could have created a frustrated game reviewer series, or like how he did that. I mean, because when he made AVGN, bro was like what, 24. I was what, 18 when I did it. But his 24 years of living and my 18 years of living probably were basically the same. I mean, my 18 years of having to do a lot of shit was accelerated just based on certain circumstances I had to deal with. But like, yeah, like by 2005 I was ready to make those same episodes that y'all saw. I'm not even gonna lie. Yeah, Fantasy Star 2 was there though. I was doing that. Yeah, man. God damn. Yeah, how that shit was a long time ago when I was first started streaming? Cause I think about my friend India. Like her son wasn't even born in those episodes those early streams that y'all saw. Like her son wasn't even born. Like it was almost to where y'all saw before her son was born, to where during the streams y'all hear him in the background and as a baby. That's how I'm thinking, like, damn, and he's like damn near like fully grown now, what I'm saying? And like that's how I know, like, yeah, that I've been doing this for a while, even with the live streams. Cause he wasn't even born, and like I said, he's like fully grown. So like, it just show you how fast time go by. But yeah, but I remember with going back to like those early videos though, yeah, like when I first had did Quarterback Club, that's what went into it, man. Like I said, I could make a movie damn near about just when I made that first episode, those first few episodes. It was so much that went into that. Then to when the door got kicked in, I remember, like I said, I was on a run that summer, bro. I was making episode after episode, like damn near. I was putting out like shit, almost like 2 episodes a week. It seemed like at that time. I was on fire. I remember. Then it had got into July. I said, you know what? I'm gonna switch it up from video games to TV shows. I'm not gonna just do video game reviews. And I switched it up, and I had that Unsolved Mysteries collection, and I remember I reviewed that. And they copyright struck me for that. That review ended up getting like 10,000, 11,000 views, but they struck it. And I can't monetize it. I can't even display. I can't even show the video, and I don't even know if I still have that footage of that, the raw footage of that video. I don't even know if I still got it. So the only stuff I have that I did back then is only on YouTube. So eventually I gotta download all these videos and put them back on my hard drive, because I don't have any copies of them. But yeah, man. Yeah, you said that bird that flew over like a million times. Now here's the main event. I know how to sway a crowd, man. I've been swaying this shit for 2 hours. It's the natural gift. It's a build up, but it is a natural gift after a while. I feel like that's what makes you a real content creator, if you could go live. Like I said, the pre-recorded stuff is cool, but when you live, like that's when motherfuckers can see you scratching your balls, and like I said, your roommate talking to you in the background, telling you, you can hear personal business, somebody farting in the, like that's when you see the real deal, like And I think a lot of these creators, they be scared to do that shit. So it's like at the end of the day, if you're not doing that, then I don't know. I just don't respect the work like that. Like that's why I respect a lot of these guys, like a Hassan Campbell and like mainly bruh, because bruh always go live. His lives are almost like like a damn Adolf Hitler speech or something like that. Like he could sway millions of people by him talking, and he'll be on that bitch for about 3 or 4 hours again, just like me, just talking. So I feel like that. If you can't do that, then shit, you really better just stick to certain niches of content, because it's like you gonna have to eventually come out of that shell I see on this website. The guy, Yeah, like you gotta come out that shell. Oh, that's good.
I just like my streams to be interactive because, like I said, I don't know. I'm more of an interactive person. I feel like I don't want to be somebody that's just trying to go live and then I be seeing some of these celebrities like these dudes will go live and then they'll be sitting there smoking a blunt. They'll have like trillions of comments, trillions of questions that people are asking, and they just sitting there smoking a blunt, trying to look cool and and doing all this silly shit. Like I just don't find that entertaining. It's like not entertaining but introspective because it's like if it's so much stuff you could be teaching, it's so much stuff you could be explaining. It's so much. Like I said, I done went on this live. I mean, like you said, Alex, I've been doing this shit for what? May it'll be 5 years. I've been going live for 5 years. Like I've literally told y'all my whole life on this shit. So there's not damn near anything y'all don't know about me, like from the shit I've told in these lives the last 5 years. Like I said, y'all can make videos off of personal stories I've talked about in these lives, in addition to the reviews and all the shit that I did. Like y'all got two different dimensions of Houdini Crosswire. Like you got my personal side of shit I went through in my real life, and then the stuff that I see that I've shown y'all, entertained y'all with the pre-recorded videos. Like y'all getting y'all getting literally everything out of me. I mean, shit. A short script, yeah. He pretty much doing the same structure I use. But I'm not gonna lie, I strictly just want to do live stuff now. I really don't. I feel like with the reviews, like I said earlier, man, it's like I love doing it, but it's played out. You know, it's played out. That was cool. Back in 2014, 2012. But now I don't know, bro. Like it's YouTube shit is different now. Like I said, I feel like now you like your personality has to be in front of the camera. Like you can't. It's been too much that's been done on here, and too many people that that too much stuff people have seen to where like like it's like now when you come in, like you gotta show them more now. You gotta show them more who you are because they done seen everything on here. Again, like when I tell y'all the story about Juice or the AB story or Larry, like these are shocking tales that you're not gonna hear anywhere else. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. He's showing the what the fuck, man? Hold on. Oh man, let's see. Can we remove that?
showing. What's going on? I'm trying to get this game to show. I don't know what's going on. This display capture all messed up. Yeah, that's true. You know, these days, like I said, it's hard to even discern the fake image thing. You know, because again, you could go on one of these guys that's live right now, and they got 3,000, 10,000 people in the live, but you know, are they interacting with them? It's like, are you teaching anything? Or you know, like what good are you, you know, for just sitting there in the live if it's 3,000 people in the building and you're not passing out no type of vital information, or you're not, you know, utilizing these people in any type of, you know, important or impactful way. I just don't understand that part. There you go. You'd be surprised. A lot of these people on here, they don't care about that. You know, they don't care nothing about entertaining. Yeah, teaching or any of that. They don't even care about entertaining. They just care that, again, that they go viral. It's a lot of people that's gonna click on it, and then it leads, you know, to some sort of success or notoriety. Hey, since we already talking about the subject, I mean, think about Glorilla's sister. She didn't have to have no talent. She didn't have to have no type of special ability. All she had to do was go on there and say that, you know, her sister didn't look out, and, you know, and say that she, you know, give her she had to share her spicy McChicken with her, and, you know, and she would have been all right with 2,500 flat. That's all she had to go on there and say. Next thing you know, she got new teeth, fresh J's. You know, saying she was working at the warehouse part time. Now she ain't got to do that. They said she done ran up $100,000 in interview money, and now she doing 20 versus ones, and you know what I'm saying? It's like her whole life changed. You know, whole situation changed, and all she had to do was go in there and sabotage her sister, basically. So people just want to see drama. You know, they want to feel like they can see something that they don't see in their everyday life, and it's almost like they could have the ability of sitting inside a snake pit with a camera, you know what I'm saying, and seeing being inside the danger of being in the snake pit, but you ain't got to be actually in there. Like you just like a camera that's in there. That's almost how it's like being on this internet. And the more dangerous, or the more just demeaning something could be, the more notoriety you can get. And like I said, especially if it's somebody attacking somebody, you know, like it just seemed like that stuff be blowing up. And don't get me wrong, like, you know, it ain't really a negative thing to it like that, because I mean, in some cases, you know what I mean, like that's kind of what you need. I mean, to be honest, Alex, now that we already 2 hours in the chat, shit, I'm gonna go ahead and just let you know I'm about to get ready to go at one of these channels on here. His name is Papa Lot. You ever heard of him? You probably have seen him. He making these videos like pretty much like idolizing all these gangsters in all these different cities and stuff. Like he made this little series called Mob Ties, where he like idolized, all these, these like legendary figures that be like in every city. And he so happened to he always likes to do Atlanta a lot. Obviously they like to do Atlanta because that's like the main topic right now in that hip hop industry. But type his channel name, man. Matter of fact, the next live stream we gonna do, what's today? Saturday. We might go live again tomorrow because I think Sundays are better. We gonna go live tomorrow, and I'm gonna do some reactionary videos to some of his videos because it's something in there that I want you to see, and I think that once this is addressed, I think this is gonna kind of spark something that maybe all YouTubers might need to start doing, because it's like I told y'all earlier, where like a lot of this shit be going on where these monetized channels, these guys are going and sneaking and weaseling their way onto smaller channels like mine that's been on here for 16 years and stealing content, bro. Either taking cadences or taking certain ideas for videos, and then because they are a bigger channel, they get the recognition for making that content, whereas you looking at biting off of them, but you may have made the video or did something that they talked about years ago, but because they a bigger channel, it makes them look like they did it before you. You know what I mean? Like the Scorpion King review. It's one guy on there, I think his name was like Mind Pope or whatever that channel name is. He may have did it a few years ago. I mean, for years that shit was on there. This shit has been on there for 13 years. Like, I was the only channel that had reviewed that game. It was me and that guy, Bit Metroid fan. I remember me and him were the only ones that reviewed it. But even when he reviewed it years after I had did it. He probably had seen my review. But like I said, I rock with bro because bro jumped in the live. I remember he jumped in one of my lives years ago and shouted me out for that. So I always salute him. A Bit Metroid fan. Like, he ain't got to even show the game. He ain't got to do all the technological shit like I do. If he just want to get on the camera and talk about the game, that's cool. Just keep pumping the content out, and that's good that that he still make his videos like that. But bruh actually shouted me out, and like I said, he jumped in the live and saluted me and everything years ago. So I always give him his recognition for that. But it's been a lot of these other motherfuckers that came on my channel again, like from your Scarface, you know what I'm saying, to the Scorpion King and Bad Boys. Like I said, all these games that where these people that probably seen my video was thinking, oh, that's a cool game, and then shout your boy out, you know what I'm saying. Then want to give your boy Crosswire no recognition. So a lot of that shit has been going on YouTube over the years, and like I said, with this Pop-A-Lot figure, we got him. You know what I'm saying. It's almost like a little possum, that's running around in your yard, you know what I'm saying. You looking in your berries and stuff that you planted, they gone. You going outside, you wondering why it's a bunch of trash that's knocked over in the yard. Why, you know what I'm saying, it's cartons of eggs and bags of trash that's been probably rummaged through and plummeted, and you done set the trap out, and you finally got the culprit in there. And we got Pop-A-Lot because like I said, I'm gonna show y'all something that I noticed that he did, alluding to this gatekeeping shit and alluding to the fact that again, these bigger channels, they need content to stay monetized, because obviously with the monetization, that beats you having to go out here and deal with physically having to make money. So again, he ain't got to goddamn worry about going out here and crawling in crawl spaces and goddamn you know what I'm saying, like some damn Vietnam tunnel rat. He ain't got to worry about doing that to make no money. He ain't got to be driving around like I was driving around with a bad axle to make my money. He ain't got to be damn getting all type of cartilage damage in his hands and nerve damage in his hands from using tools and drills and hand tools and stuff all day. He ain't got to deal with that. He ain't got to walk around with holes and shit in his shoes from walking around and carrying drywall and shit all damn day. Like, he ain't got to do that to make his money. All he got to do is make a video, look at someone on YouTube. He get that $3,000 check every month. Buddy probably somewhere down in Miami, drinking Mai Tais or whatever on the beach. Probably, what I'm saying, got a $2,000 escort with him, and he enjoying his life. Like, meanwhile, I gotta be, doing all this stuff to make my money and physically, and You know, like I said, living in my duplex, barely AC in here and shit. You know what I'm saying? Leaky goddamn faucets, roaches walking around and stuff. And I gotta just be accepting of the fact that he's a bigger channel, that he could just get away with that. Like, that shit ain't cool. Like I said, it's a lot of channels on YouTube that's just getting fucked over like that. And I feel like this should be a spark. Just like how I was explaining that spark to y'all earlier. Remember when I was explaining the spark when I got fired at McDonald's? It's like my mouth. Damn, that's funny. I'm sitting here telling y'all this shit because it all correlates together. My mouth, it always ends up getting me in the bad position where I end up saying the wrong thing, and it sparks something that's gonna ruffle some feathers. And I feel like with this one right here, it's gonna ruffle some feathers a little bit in that little hip hop community, because like a lot of people like this guy's channel. But I caught him. I caught him doing something that, like I said, I'm gonna show y'all probably tomorrow. And the motherfucker think he's slick. He think he's slick, and I'm gonna show y'all what it is. But like I said, it's no different than you type in Bad Boys Miami Takedown right now, type in Scarface review, look at some of those reviews, and then look at my review. Like I said, listen to the cadences I have, bro. That's why I kept all my scripts. I kept all of them. Like I said, I got all scripts that I had handwritten from all them years at my mom's house. I remember what I have said. Like I said, it's almost like writing a rap. You know, like when you writing a script, it's like writing a rap. You remember what cadence you use. You remember what line you said. You remember like at what part you set something up. You know what I mean? Like you just know what you did. So when you see other people's content, like you be thinking like, damn, I know this dude seen my review. Y'all know how I see somebody had bit off of my Scarface review. I'm gonna show this shit. But like I said, I gotta really dig deep to find this video. But I seen the Scarface review somebody did one time. Y'all remember that part on my review when I said that Tony was talking like he was like a pimp or something like that, and he was out there talking to like, I had to show it in the review, but he was talking to like a hillbilly redneck girl, and I was showing y'all the dialogue of like, you know how like in the game Scarface you can go up to like NPCs and just press O and they'll talk to the characters, and I did a segment where I was like showing that, and I was showing Tony talking to the girl, and I saw in one of these monetized channels the guy was showing that same goddamn clip. He literally showed the same clip and was making the joke the same way like I did. But like I said, but he didn't want to give your boy the credit. So I'm telling you, man, it's a lot of that shit that be going on this fucking website and all. But with the Pop Weasel guy, well, yeah, I caught him. So I'm gonna show y'all that. And like I said, it just goes to prove that, you know, that's what's going on. But like that's why they doing it. They doing it because it's because of that, what we were saying back in 2012 when that monetization had started. It created a lot of greed on here, and people started getting cutthroat. And like I said, the smaller channels that didn't get to take advantage of the monetization, they just got fucked over. And like I said, now you looking like you copying somebody that basically is copying you, you know? And I just feel like now it's time for that revolution to strike, because yeah, like I said before, that's how I got fired at McDonald's. When I got fired, it had literally sparked the revolution. Next thing you know, it was 2 other people that got fired. I remember my homeboy Buki. He got fired about like a couple of weeks later because they asked him to do something. He said he wasn't gonna do it, and then he got fired. And I remember it was another female that worked the first shift. She had got fired because she got tired of them. So it's like whenever I do something, I notice it does spark like a semi-revolution. So maybe it'll do that on here, but I know that I think that's what I'm about to show y'all, bro. I remember that Scarface. Those 3 reviews, that Scarface, that Bad Boys, and that Scorpion King, because that one guy, his review got like 300,000 views of that shit. Mine has like what? How much my Scorpion King got? Mine's got 13,000. His has, god damn, his shit got 409,000. That's a lot. But you can't tell me that he didn't see that video. Like I said, mine was the only video on there for 10 years. So like out of all those games, like you couldn't have thought about that unless you had seen that video. And like I said, these guys they get influenced by that, but you don't get no recognition. But because he's monetized, he probably making again like $2,000 a month off of these videos. He gets the credit. So that's what I'm saying. Like that monetization shit. That's what it created, and that's why, like I was saying, like those community groups. That's why they stopped all that, because they realized, hey, like if this guy's like this guy coming in and we having these contests, and he's basically making these other people that's hosting the contest, he's making their content not look good. It don't really seem as entertaining. Naturally, they gonna all go to my channel and want to see what I'm doing. So I think they started to realize that, hey, like that's giving too many smaller channels away, to come up. So we gotta mitigate this, because it's like I told y'all, the goal out of all this shit is to be independent. Like ain't nobody on YouTube to just be making videos for the hell of it. Like it's 2008. Like that's why the quality of video. I remember the beginning, like the quality of videos on YouTube were trash. It was like I said, most of the videos, like when I had my Sony Handycam videos were like better quality than most videos that were on YouTube. Now it's like these videos be looking like fucking like movies. You know what I'm saying? And these be like basic fucking day in the life videos and stuff. But it's a lot of that going on, Alex. I'm gonna show you tomorrow. Cause matter of fact, that'll be your homework. Just type that guy Pop a Lot, type his name in. You'll see that it obviously is monetized. Obviously, he got a bunch of videos, but it's one particular video he did where I'm gonna show you what this guy did, and it proves everything that I said. Because again, I wasn't really even trying to stay on this topic today. I really was just trying to give y'all like insight on how I started all this stuff, but that just kind of came to my mind. Like, damn, a lot of these people bit off of my shit, and like I said, they done made money off of this over the years. And meanwhile, I hadn't literally earned a dime. You mean to tell me out of 16 years of me doing this shit hadn't been generated not one dime? Like I can't even damn get a piece of bubble gum off of all y'all. You mean to tell me y'all need to really think about this? Out of Scorpion King, Scarface, selling to your independence videos. When I showed y'all when I first had got that cleaning contract, Bad Boys Miami Takedown, the Quarterback Club review, the Jackass Jimmy videos, like out of all them goddamn videos, you mean to tell me none of them shit's worth 10 cents? Ain't none of them shit's worth 10 cents? Like, you gotta really think about it. Something here ain't right. His channel, I'm not gonna lie, his channel, he makes good videos. Like I said, I'm not gonna deny they're good videos, but the problem is that, like I said, it's the type of content. Like, why do you always have to glorify these criminals and these street dudes like they these gods almost? That's the problem I have. Oh no, he ain't using AI. Like he's actually voicing his own videos. But like I said, the problem is, like, again, nobody's really analyzing, like, why do you keep idolizing these guys? Could it be perhaps that, maybe once when you were in high school, you were around these dudes and you wanted to kind of be like them, so now all of a sudden, you get on YouTube and, it's almost like you kind of glorifying these dudes. But in real life, it's like, dude, like, a lot of these same guys, especially here in Atlanta, that I've seen him talk about, these dudes ain't got nothing going on. We talking like zero motion, all potential energy, no kinetic energy, and like they're not generating no money. Like they're washed up. They still in these same areas, like I said, where they originally started at, still in the same apartments. Like these guys ain't got nothing going on, and it's like you literally making these videos on them and glorifying them and stuff. And like I said, it's almost making me realize, like, you must want to be these guys. And then why are you perpetuating like for instance, you'll see a video, he may talk about the guy Alpo, whatever. And yeah, it's like, yeah, Alpo made a lot of money. Yeah, he did the drug thing and all that. But why don't you look at the fact that how Alpo, again, like, he was disloyal. Why don't you ask, go into aspects again, like how the guy was disloyal with people, how they didn't trust him, and You know, like I said, how his empire really failed because, you know, of all these people he screwed over. Like, it's always the aspect of, oh, look at all this money they got, or look at all the drugs they sold, or, you know what I'm saying, look at all the cars they got. And it's like the guy just seemed too googly eyed. And I don't know. I mean, it's like you make good videos, but like it just seemed like he'd be kind of clenching on these guys' nuts a little too hard. So that's the problem I have. I'm at the point though, like I said, I'm like, man, you know what? There ain't no point in me trying to do all this fancy editing and all that. I might as well just make videos again, like commentating on this shit, because at the end of the day, I've been quiet about it. You know, I'm gonna find that Scarface review, y'all. That's what I'm gonna do when I get off of this live. I'm gonna just go through all the videos I remember seeing over the years where people stole certain. I guess, like I said, bro, it's like if you're a rapper or something like that, you just be knowing when somebody takes a certain thing that you did. You know it, and I don't know, that shit is weird. Like I said, to see that on the internet, and then, like, you know, again, like this is just stuff I'm just creating. Like, I'm not thinking about it. I'm not thinking like, oh man, this video is gonna get X amount of views. It's gonna make X amount of dollars. Like, I'm just trying to make the video, and like I said, like, just put some of this entertainment out. I didn't know, you know, I'm gonna put it out, and then eventually it's gonna create like a somewhat of a cult phenomenon, and then people will steal from this and then discredit me. Like, I didn't know that. You know, I didn't know that's what it came with on here, but yeah, a lot of people using that AI. But I mean, to me, it's easy to detect that, you know. But I will admit, though, I've seen some good AI stuff too. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, you know, it ain't like everything has to be a human being, you know, writing it. I never just was into it though. I mean, you know, I don't know. I guess again, because I grew up, you know, in that analog slash digital era, that I'm kind of used to writing stuff. Like, I just like to write out whatever I do. Once I write everything out, I can kind of see it clearer. So, you know, if I were to use the AI thing, I mean, I wouldn't mind using it for like images and, like I said, in certain scripts, but I don't think I want to use it for everything. Like, you know, I definitely wouldn't use it for no game review ever. If people are doing AI game reviews, then that's pretty bad. That means we're done. Yeah, as an artist, it really does. It's like it's kind of taking over the industry, if anything. You don't know. Like, well, I mean, you be knowing, but again, like, you know, people don't value, I guess, like, you know, what's authentic. But I feel like, as far as on like making video content, it depends on what you do, like as far as how it can work. But it just all depends, obviously. You know, if you make it like a documentary, I mean, I don't see it being that bad doing that. But if you're doing something like live, or, you know, if you're doing something where you on camera and you mixing it up, and then you just trying to make it just all AI, yeah, then that's not gonna work out. Yeah, they don't care if they get away, because, like I said, as long as the video don't get flagged, and then they could get it monetized, like, that's all that really matters now. Yeah, all those days of just trying to do something to to have like the best video, or, like I said, to get it featured, to where when you type in that name on the search bar, your video shows up on the right. Nah, that don't even matter no more. Like, that shit is if that shit ain't if it ain't about generating a YouTube check at the end of the month, it's not generating any type of ad revenue, then yeah, there ain't nobody about to make no content on here. Yeah. Yeah, pretty soon they gonna have so many laws and so many rules against that stuff that
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. That pretty much it's gonna go back to the analog stuff where everything you do is gonna go from AI to analog. I think. I mean, what y'all think? It can't last forever, you know. That shit funny as hell though. The Pop a Lot channel. These guys taking from me, man. That's not right. I ain't got nothing but what? I ain't even got 600 subscribers. I mean, but damn, I mean, at least when my shit say 200,000 views, I mean, these are authentic views. Like, these are real clicks, real human beings, real eyes, real noses and ears that's watching and listening and smelling these videos. Like, that makes me feel good. I'm not gonna lie. It may not be millions of clicks and all that. It may not be, $2,000 a month that I'm generating off of this. It may not be that right now, but just the mere fact that it's real 200,000 views, it's real people that's in these lives, it's real clicks. I mean, I feel like that's hard enough to get. So if you were able to do that, I mean, that's a big kudos. I feel like, really do, man. Yeah, it'll go back at some point. I don't know when. I don't know if it's going to be in our life. I just feel like the AI thing is not going to last that long. Because, like I said, a lot of people starting to realize what it is now, but it'll just be used for certain things. But I do feel like as far as the content and like I don't know about that. Yeah, real clicks, man. Real comments. You know how hard that shit is to get on here? Like I said, when that quarterback club review was out, man, that shit was sitting at like 100 views for like 2-3 months. I remember until somebody commented on it. I don't even remember who the first commenter was, man. Whoever that person was, man, I shout them out. But like I remember one of my early subscribers was that boy Donovan Bird 16. I remember him, man. Like I said, he was on here, and that's somebody else I gotta give credit to because he was influenced by my videos too. I remember he used to do his little reviews. He would have like the little rap music and stuff because I was the only person that would have like old school like rap music playing in the background on the videos, which was a bad mistake on my end because they struck those videos. But I remember he had tried to have the little intro in the videos and he had the music playing. He gave me my credit, and like I said, it felt good, to see these videos coming out, and then to see guys that were around my age and they were making videos that were like, saying kind of like the same way I was doing it. Like that's why I feel like at that time like YouTube was just a better like platform back then, man. Like it was all fresh back then. Yeah, I remember that. I remember I made my reviews. I had the little intro. I had all that little shit on there, trying to make it like a TV show, basically. Yeah, my shit was different, man.
Yeah, I mean that's always been my thing because, like I said, every video y'all see, I tell you, like I said, where I got these ideas from. I tell y'all, and I swear to God, like I said, if I miss anybody's name, I really do apologize. And like I said, if I ever remember their name, I'll tell you. But like I said, my earliest influences for this whole idea on this channel, and I'll always give these guys credit for this because, like I said, I watched their videos a trillion times. Like for me to finally grasp how I wanted to do this. Like I said, urinating tree. That guy, the Fat Man Judge, he was the first person that had got me on this whole idea. And then after Bro, like I said, it was AVGN. And then after AVGN, it was Silent Rob. Those were the only guys I used to watch. Like they were the only ones I really thought that were funny. Everybody else, it's like it kind of was cool to watch, but I didn't really laugh at their videos. Like I laughed my ass off at AVGN videos. I laughed my ass off watching the Silent Rob reviews, and I laughed my ass off watching the Urinated Tree ones. I'm not gonna lie, everybody else, like it was hit or miss. But it wasn't like I'm sitting there laughing and it got me entertained from the beginning to the end. Like the commentary is hitting the information. Like it just went like that. I'm gonna just be real. They were my influences. I'm gonna be 100% honest. I don't really remember anybody else that I had watched like that, but those guys, those were the main ones I watched. Like I said, so when you see my reviews, the raunchiness of it, the style, like I said, the comedic style, and then like even my production style, all that you could kind of see, who it was influenced by. And like I said, man, I give those guys their credit. I say their names, you know what I'm saying? Like I say, like, yeah, it was that AVGN review, the Ninja Gaiden review. When I did Eternal Champions was mimicking his Ninja Gaiden review. When I did let me think. What was that? One of the reviews when I did Ninja Gaiden that resembled that one, and just other little cadences and little stuff little styles that he would say, little lines and stuff. I would just switch up my way of doing it, and like I said, I would take that from him. Like I said, like when he would go, when he would say, like when he would say like fuck. When he would say like stuff like, like when you trying to go through a control part or something like that, and it's hard to do, and he like, well, that's like trying to get a cheetah to wipe his ass on a buffalo's neck, and shit like that. Like when he would like say little shit like this like that, that's when I would come up with my style.
Hey,
yeah.
what kind of cord was it that you had in there? Because it's not there no more.
That black one?
Was it one of these? It was this one, no?
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah.
USB?
Yep.
Okay, alright.
Yeah, I just kind of took his style, switched up the lines, but essentially it was the same. It was the same deal. Like I remember I did that. Let me think of another review. Let me think. I'm gonna be honest, off the top of my head, like if there were really not like none where I tried to mimic the style or anything like that. The only one I could really recall like that was that Eternal Champions one. I was trying to do it like he did the Ninja Gaiden one, and I remember I wanted to do Friday the 13th, but never had a chance to do it, so I never ended up doing that. And then, like I said, when time went on, we were gonna try to do some of the games that he did do, and then re-review them. But that's when Jimmy had started having his personal issues. I mean, if I were to get him on here, Jimmy could tell y'all some crazy stories he had going on in his life. Because you gotta remember, in them little small towns, in South Georgia and shit, like them people, they got some hella stories to tell. So but yeah, I remember it was a lot of stuff he was going through during that time. Every time we would try to work on a video, like he would lose a job, or he would be behind on rent, and he would have to move back to his mom's house, or You know, him and his girl had to move from one spot to another, you know, to another, to another. It was one place he lived at. I remember he told me, I think I told y'all that story. I don't remember if it was 100%. But I remember he told me one story. It was I think some former drug dealers that had lived at his house, and they may have like stashed something there. And he was like, one night they had randomly came in his house, you know what I'm saying, when he was there, and had him at gunpoint, you know, and they were like scrummaging through his house trying to look for whatever they left behind, drugs, money, or whatever. And they randomly had him there and then just left. You know what I'm saying? I remember he told me that happened. He was like, it was so crazy that when they came in there, he was like his dog had shitted on herself, and he wasn't even mad that the dog had shitted. You know what I'm saying? So that, but I remember, yeah, like he had a lot of stuff going on during that time. 2011, 2012. That's why he didn't ever really appear in none of the videos after that. But you know, he was supposed to be in a lot of videos, man. Like I said, me and Jimmy were supposed to do a lot of stuff, but me and him and Chris, you know, rest his soul. But yeah, it was just too much going on during that time with him financially, and then I was getting deeper in college. It was harder courses I was taking. You know, I didn't really have time, you know, to try to like schedule like the days we could have filmed and stuff like I could before, because my schedule was all over the place. So I was doing the reviews, you know, kind of them all according to my own schedule. So that's why me and him really weren't making as much content later on. Oh shit. It's not showing. I'm sitting here thinking this whole time the video's showing. What the fuck is going on here? I think what I may have to do is reboot this computer and then see what's going on exactly, because I can't get the game capture device to work. Let me try it one more time. Yeah, you can't find urinated tree, really? It's urinating tree, like you're like instead of ed, it's ing. Type in urinating tree. If you type that in, yeah, his playlist of videos is still on here. Or you could type in the Fat Man Judges. That's what I remember his name was on there. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do. Change window game capture. This acting weird. And then Silent Rob, most of his videos is gone. There we go. And then Scorpion flew all over the world. Yep, you're right, Alex. Had to change the window capture. Save the live stream, 'cause I thought I had to reboot the computer for a minute. Yeah, but urinating tree. I remember the first video I saw of his was that it was a game called Lakers versus Celtics. Cause when I was growing up, I remember I just always thought those games like the Bird versus Jordan and Bulls versus Blazers. Those were like the most archaic basketball games that that were on the market. And I just remember thinking they were funny at the time, like to look at, because we used to have a game called NBA Showdown '94, and that shit basically was like, remember that game I had showed in the shorts, I think it was called Monsters Basketball or some shit like that. But it basically all them games was like that. All you remember seeing was just a red, orange, and blue like sprite figure, a ball dribbling, and then like I said, them just moving up and down the court. That's literally all you remember seeing before NBA Live '95. Like, yeah, basketball games before that were like awful. And I remember he reviewed that shit, and I remember that shit was just funny, like the way his commentary was. Like, yeah, it was like it just was hilarious because it was like he was also knowledgeable of sports in addition to the fact that he was knowledgeable of video games. So with the two of the senses of humor being added, and like I said, with me being like big into basketball at that time, and then like him, doing that, I just thought that shit was funny, and then I'm like, damn, I never even heard of this game before, like, and then I just started watching that, and then he had did the what's the Batman what's that shit called, Batman Forever. He did that one, and he did the um damn it, what's that one he did that was hilarious? He did so many of them, but I'm trying to think of this one in particular. Awesome Possum, that was it. Yeah, that Awesome Possum review he did. I remember I had watched that shit like 10 million times. I remember. But yeah, when he did that Awesome Possum review, that's when I was like, yeah, like this dude right here funny as hell. Yeah, I was watching his videos for months, I remember. Till I remember that March happened, and that's when yeah, somebody archived them. Cause other than that, like, yeah, like you ain't gonna find none of these videos no more. A lot of these guys, like I said, they either feel too embarrassed about them from back in the day, or they just had their channels taken down and just never gave a fuck no more. That guy, I think he makes like sports content now. He don't even make video game stuff. But his videos, I'm not gonna lie to you, them shits were funny as hell. They were funny as hell at the time. It is always fun when you discover a new channel. And back at that time, it was real fun because like I said, like, when the idea was new and it was fresh. It was like, when you see somebody's channel and they like somewhat of an AVGN, because see, the thing was back then, it's like, to me, I liked the AVGN clones. Like, they were the ones that were the funniest, like during the hilarious cursing and all that. But see, it was a certain style you had to have with it. Like, it wasn't like he was just cursing just to be using that as a way to be subtly humorous. Like, he was doing it like in timing it perfectly. That's what I was saying, like he was scripting it. And that's when I realized it was important to have that script and to know how to be a good writer, because like he timed that shit perfectly the way he did it, man. I'm not gonna lie. So it wasn't just about him cursing and stuff like that. It just was good how he had the whole thing like laid out. It was like the whole teleplay of it. And I ain't gonna lie, I didn't see nobody do it as intricate as the way that James was doing it. Like, I just didn't see nobody doing it like that. That guy who copied him, the irate gamer guy, I mean, it wasn't, you could tell that was just a gimmick, what I'm saying? It didn't really feel, you know what I mean, like authentic like that. Like, you could tell the way James did it, like he felt like it was more passion like that. The way that guy Chris did it, you didn't feel the passion in it like that. Like, that's why it didn't last, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I don't know. I just thought the way AVGN did it, like that style was like perfect. The way it was better than any other styles that I had seen, and I didn't see anybody doing it good like him. It's like if it was good and it was informative, then it wasn't funny, and they wasn't showing up on camera. So I'm like, I don't know. Like, this shit ain't really holding my attention like that, because it's too much shit. It's too much shit on the internet to compete with. So. Yeah, it's like, if you're gonna be on YouTube, like, yeah, you gotta come with something that's fire. Like, it can't have no type of lagging in it. They still got solid raw reviews on here. Damn, I didn't know that. I hope he doing all right, man. Last year, I remember that man had lost his, his mom. His marriage had went south. He had to sell his house. He had just got off of fentanyl. Like, yeah, like he had went through a lot of shit in the last 2 years. I hope he doing all right in life. I heard that he goes live on Twitch now, every now and then. But yeah, man, it's like I said, as you get older and and life start hitting you, and it's like your enthusiasm for this stuff. Yeah, it just it does, man. It's hard to keep that going. You gotta remember, some of these guys, again, they started this stuff when they were like 18, 19 years old. They 40s now, so we've been doing this shit for a long, long time. Oh man, this shit look really good on this monitor. Get back used to the controls of this game. We got punch. Let's kick. Let's see. Combo attack. I'm not gonna lie, the graphics on the PS2 look better than they did on GameCube. What you mean? How you mean it's built crazy? Yeah, on GameCube it looked more like N64 like it looked more blockish. So here this shit look way more defined, especially with this monitor. And then I'm running it at 60 FPS, so it really look good on here. I'm not gonna lie. Controls is fluid. Oh yeah, the way he fights. Yeah, he do. He reminded me of like one of my wrestlers that I had back in the day. Like the way his body structure is, it's like you could literally see the animation inside a computer software on how they developed him. I will admit though, man, this game was fun as hell when I played it. That's it. I remember me and Everyday Struggle. We went and got it at Gainsboro, the same place that me and Williams got quarterback club. That Gainsboro, man, I got a lot of legendary games there that I made some great content out of. I really did. It is a charm. It's gonna be a charm until I get to that one level where I start fighting them demons that shoot souls from their chest and all that. It's gonna be a charm until then. camel about to take a shit on them and stuff. I don't know. Press and hold L1 to block incoming attacks. If you don't have a shield, you only block half the damage. If you do have the shield, you will be protected from all of it, but the shield will break, so keep an eye out for new ones. Breakout moves are performed by any button while attacking. Defeat the trainer using breakout moves. Bet. Yup. Oh yeah, I remember that low sweep. Oh yeah, that shoulder tackle was useful. The ground punch I remember was the most useful move in this game. I'll never forget that. Without that, I would have never even gotten far in this game, let alone beat it. I never beat this game. Forgot. Yeah, that's my goal. I want to beat this game live. We almost had Resident Evil, man. Like I said, if that file didn't get corrupted, I was gonna beat Krauser. I saw I was supposed to use the knife. I was doing it wrong that night. I was supposed to use the knife to defeat him. There you go.
Do it, bro. You got to do that to the music. No, I will not. I want to fight now. Go ahead and send me to the real world. I do remember that ground punch was very deceptive on when it wants to work. Didn't I joke about that in the review? I was saying that it's selective. Damn it. What the fuck, man? Bruh, I know goddamn well that shit didn't just fucking miss. This just looks silly. I mean, look at us. This is how we supposed to be training to fight ghouls and goblins and set and shit. Like, this is really how we supposed to be training to fight this man. Oh my goddamn god. There we go. Damn. I guess this wasn't nothing for me to complain about because I obviously knew not to do this. He picks shit up in this game. Why are you holding it and looking at it like that? Like, what if it has some meat in here? Oh, fuck. Damn it. Oh, I hit him dead. Shit, it seems like when you throw it off camera, you more accurate than when you looking at them directly on camera. How the fuck does that work? That's one of the quarterback club moments right there. I did not expect that to happen. Yet it happened. It fit the joke. Okay, is this where I came in or went out? I have no idea. Okay, it's like I'm on my own way here, right? The triangle buttons perform special attacks. They cause a lot of damage. The dash attack as well as the special breakout move. Alright. Damn. Shit, if it's supposed to be so special, why the fuck it didn't do that much damage?
Oh, fuck that, man. Yeah, this shit ain't that special. Maybe until I get used to it, cause it ain't doing jack shit now. I have no idea where I just came from. So like you on your own, son. What? I'm trying to get to the combat. Like, what the fuck? Where am I supposed to go from here? What enemies? Well, obviously we ain't want to do that. All right. What I did learn is that when you throw shit off camera, it's more accurate than when you actually looking at them. So let's try that then. They said do everything you learned. All right. So I learned that. So boom. Okay. It looked like that was accurate. I also learned that the special attack ain't worth jack shit if you're not accurate. So don't use that. And the third thing I learned is the ground punch is my only option. So the special attack works when they close up on you, so it's very risky. Let's see if I'm smarter than I was back in 2013. How I could beat this game. I guess. Did I do it? I want to actually win this thing now. Bitch. Damn. Campbell, you get your ass kicked too. That's what you get for peeing on everybody. Oh, I did it. I got what I needed out of this. This game is fun. I'm starting to remember this now. Man, it's bringing back some memories. Shit. Yeah, they really did, man. This game actually looks really good. Shit, you talk about the concubines. Like, do I get to keep one of the concubines for a prize? Like, I'm not just doing this mission just for the sake of some lord and you being the king. Like, dude, do I get one of the concubines as the prize? Like, where's my aid in this? Damn it. Okay, I don't need to keep using that. Use what's around you, man. This game was pretty goddamn fun. Well, I be damned. I remember this part in the review was annoying because this is when I first started realizing how to deal with the controls of this game. And this, like, later on, the jumps get a little crazy, but yeah, I remember this part though. Trying to see what to do here. Yeah, get up. 40 me his hand. Yeah. 5 people in the chat. I guess y'all was just waiting for me to play the game, huh? I had to drag y'all along for 2 hours. Me and my motor mouth. That's been the theme of this whole live stream. Me and my big mouth. Let's see if I can get all the bonus items. significant there that I see. I'm just gonna make sure that this time around I don't I don't update the software. Self Edition Furburger Deluxe Mega Man Scratch your Velvet Kush. And that I'll never forget is how he opened the doors on here. Cause if I swear to God, bro, if you take the sound bite of Kentaro, like when he first come out, he like roar, like it's kind of sounds like that when he opens the door. I don't know if it's just me, but that's what I noticed. I hate that special move, man. Of course, you know I never forget the doofus cake. I'm still high from that shit to this day. That was fucking over a decade ago. Shit, doofus. He permanently made my blood pressure lower for the rest of my life for as much marijuana as I consumed that night. Like he permanently lowered my blood pressure. I'll never have to worry about taking a beetroot supplement or anything for the amount of THC that was in my bloodstream that goddamn night from him. I'll never forget him. I'll never forget that goddamn cake. Literally felt like I said, like I was transitioning through like some osmosis or something. All I remember is, like I said, by the end of that night, we were all sitting in the living room watching Joe Rogan, high as fuck, trying to figure out like, because I remember he was a video he was talking about like something about like the perspective of life and certain decisions you got to make when you are young at a young age, and it was just very interesting because it was like we all kind of needed to hear that at that age and at that time, and I just remember we were all sitting in the living room watching that, and we were just like stoned out of our minds. Nobody was saying anything. We were just sitting there just looking at it. And then all of a sudden, Dane went to his room, Jay went to his room, James went to his room, Dan went to his apartment somehow. I don't know if he got transported by aliens or if he ended up getting up and walking, or if like those African roommates he had a stampede and they came and got him and brought him back. I don't know what happened, and then somehow I ended up in my room, but. That's all I remember that night. But I just remember I was zoned out, and like I said, I was hallucinating damn near, cause we had literally 7 grams of weed. You know what I mean? So I was damn near hallucinating. I remember I was seeing so many colors, and that shit was weird. I was like, yeah, I'm never doing this again. And then ended up doing the same shit. What, a couple of weeks later? Except we didn't let him make the cake, because I'm like, dude, you're supposed to extract the weed, or the THC rather, out of the weed. Like, you're supposed to extract the THC and then create a butter out of the oils that's from it. Like, you're not supposed to dump the fucking weed. inside the cake batter and then mix that shit up. Like, no, you're supposed to extract the damn THC out of it. So we were literally eating weed, like I said, and that weed was strong as fuck. It wasn't. I don't even remember if he grinded that shit up, bro. Did he even grind it up? Cause I remember when I bit that shit, I was biting like chunks of weed. I'm like, this shit tastes disgusting. And then, boy, oh boy, I felt that shit. Like I said, that was the weirdest feeling ever. I don't think I would feel like that now from it, but at that time, like, I was literally hallucinating for about 2 hours. That cake, yeah, that cake tasted awful. That's how I remember. It tasted like literally ground earth and fucking leaves. Like that shit tasted awful. It didn't have no taste to it. He added sugar and flour and cornstarch. He did all that shit to it, but I remember it didn't have no taste to it. I just remember tasting the crunch of that weed. That's the main thing I remember, and just how bad that shit tasted. That was the first time I had ever eaten weed. Again, like the only time I ever heard somebody do something like that before was I remember when I lived in Riverdale, I had a friend that stayed on our first street, and he said one time he was in another neighborhood and the police rolled up on them when they was smoking. He ate his blunt, but you know what I mean. That's one thing, but like no, we literally ate 7 grams that day. 7, like I said, something I could stretch out for a week. We ate all that shit in one night. Thanks to him, I'm like, dude, like, why didn't you? I'm like, I'm pretty sure you know in science that like you don't like I said, you're supposed to extract what like I'm pretty sure he's seen like the videos when they make the edibles and stuff like that. Like when you go to the store and buy the cake, like it literally tastes like a real cake until you eat it and then you realize you high. But I'm pretty sure that that in the recipe book they didn't say like step 1, dump 7 grams of Kush in the cake batter. Dump 7 grams of Kush in the cake batter, stir for 5 minutes, let it bake for fucking 15, and then enjoy it. I'm pretty goddamn sure that it didn't say that in the recipe book, but that's how he did it. I'm not gonna lie. I think the whole point of him doing it like that was to make sure we were fucked up. I don't think he was doing it to make sure it tastes good. He damn sure he succeeded at that. That cake tasted so bad, man. Like I said, I just remember that crunch in my mouth. It tasted horrible. And then all of a sudden that feeling kicked in. And like I said, I was already used to smoking for a couple of months by then. But no. I had been smoking for a year up to that point. But boy, when that shit kicked in, I said, damn, yeah, this is too strong for me, man. Like I said, I couldn't even go to sleep. I didn't even know weed could do that to you. I'm like, yeah, this shit here too strong. Oh shit. Damn it. Bro, you gotta be kidding me. Oh doofus. Hopefully he doing alright. Man, that fucking cake. That fucking cake damn sure worked, boy. That was the goal. If the goal was to get us messed up, you definitely succeeded, man. I'm trying to remember. Did the sage spots restore health? I really don't remember. Y'all probably don't even remember that in this game. Everybody was black that night. I didn't even know everybody was human. I'm gonna be honest. I thought we were all fucking humanoid, and it was in some sort of dream. I had no idea what was going on. That's the only time recreational drugs ever went wrong in that apartment. And then when Jay was doing the fake lean, remember that shit? I'm like, dude, like you don't literally drink Robitussin, and that shit's not lean. You know, it's like it's a difference between something you get over the counter and shit that that you use to suppress a cold. You know, he probably still got pulmonary heart issues from that shit. Yeah, the fake lean. Yep, fake lean. That shit was hilarious. And just headed solid head chalk shoes. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I remember when I first did this review. This part right here had me. I was so confused for like 2 hours trying to figure out you had to knock down this ledge. And I remember when I did figure it out, I randomly had just did this shit and ran into it, and I didn't know that's what I was supposed to do. I'm talking about I was here for hours. There's the indication right there. My dumb ass, so I wasn't looking. we played street ball. Yeah, that shit was funny. That's probably the last time I played basketball that day. It's funny because I used to play every fucking day. Let's see. These damn rubies better mean something, man. Like shit. Yeah, I remember the jumps in this game were real stiff. Cause it's like he jumps with like one leg and lands with one leg. It's like how do you jump with one leg and land with one leg? Like, fuck. Oh yeah, I had to come back to this, man. I had no choice. Like I said, I was gonna do this early in my live streaming career, but I wanted to just kind of hold it off. And then when I moved and was going through all that, I was like, when I get back in my place, I'm gonna make sure I do this and and Resident Evil 4, and I'm gonna have to probably even redo Scarface because I'm not gonna lie, I just kind of briefly showed it, but I do want to replay that game because I never actually beat it. And y'all know my whole goal, also live streaming these games. I actually want to beat them again. I want to try to, go through them. Like especially after that Decapitat one, that was legendary. So that always, encouraged me to want to try to do something like that again. What's this going? Oh, that shit again. See. See. Say more enemies remain. We'll have to get them to come out. Damn it. Ooh. I remember I get the bronze sword in here. I remember this. It was at this one I was like, this game ain't too bad. Damn, I hate that move, man. Yeah, it is, man. Like I said, awesome little game. Awesome with a capital A. It's a perfect frustrated game reviewer game. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not like it's garbage, but it has its little frustrated elements. Again, like the jumping shit be delayed and controls are delayed. He's jumping is stiff for like a motherfucker, and then he lands on one foot when he comes down. So that's a problem on certain platforms. But it's just a perfect little game to have like little minor complaints about that you could extrapolate on. But overall, it's a fun adventure, which is the whole point of like what they try and get you to get at with this. Like this and Death Trap Dungeon, perfect frustrated game review episodes. Oh shit. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, Death Trap Dungeon is hard as hell. I still would like to know how did you play it, man? Because I cannot find the patch for that works. If you can find it, please let me know because I've been wanting to play that on the emulator for a minute. Okay, where did I just come from? Here. All right. Do the little bad shit. There we go.
Yeah, you have to send me the link to those patches whenever you get a chance, because I swear I could not get them to work. Because the issue I have with that game is that in the very beginning of the game, it just automatically plays as the chain dog character, and it won't go past the first screen. So it works. You know, I just know it needs a patch. But yeah, I've been wanting to play that game for a minute though. But I could only play it on the emulator. It's hard to play on like the regular disc. Easily one of the hardest games I ever played. Plus, you know, as y'all saw in the review, it's too dark, you know, to play on a regular TV. Like I can barely see it. But I know it will look great on this monitor. So yeah, I do want to find a patch for that, and eventually live stream that too. Yeah, I don't know, man. That shit is weird as hell. Yep, yep, yep. I wonder if this goes back out. Okay. Or not sure how vital that's necessary for me to do. Oh, okay. So allow me to go back, but I'm gonna get stuck if I do. I don't even go back out there for anything. There we go. That's perfect. You got a lot of different moves you can do in this game too. Counter attacks, low sweeps. Let's see where they were trying to go with this. Do I be here? So something over here then. I think might probably call it a rest here and jump back on tomorrow. But like I said, I got some little stuff I want to show y'all beforehand. We gonna kind of do this like a concert. You got the pre show, and then you got the main show that that you gonna have. Obviously, I'm gonna do my live streams like that, kind of the same format. But we gonna continue this on tomorrow long. I'll probably jump on maybe around the same time. But appreciate y'all for joining in. Stay tuned, obviously, and we're gonna continue this on. Let me find a save state. See, I ain't gotta do that. I can just save state. So yeah, I'm about to go ahead and tap out, and catch y'all later on, man.